Well, your best bet is to go to the forecourts. If we get as far as Bow Street, then we'll be fine.
Right, we start evacuations in an hour. We're staying for 1 more hour. One final stand. I desire now, lest I may not have the opportunity later, to pay homage to the gallantry of the soldiers of Irish freedom who have, during the past 4 days, been writing with fire and steel the most glorious chapter in the later history of Ireland.
In this supreme hour, the Irish nation must, by its valour and discipline, and by the readiness of its children, to sacrifice themselves for the common good, prove itself worthy of the august destiny to which it is called. Well, gentlemen.
On the morning of Easter Sunday, the 23rd of April, 1916, 7 men met in a room in Liberty Hall, in the heart of Dublin City.
Signed on behalf of the Provisional Government. Thomas Clark.
By signing the proclamation of the Irish Republic, each man knew he was committing himself to bloody rebellion, and in all likelihood, signing his death warrant. They were an unlikely group of revolutionaries. A tobacconist, a cripple, a headmaster, a university lecturer, a piper, a socialist, and a poet. This is the story of 7 men who were willing to give their lives for what they believed was right. 7 men united by a common goal, whose actions would change the course of their country's history, and whose deaths would set Ireland on the road to freedom. In the years leading up to the Rising, there stood a small tobacco shop located just off the top of O'Connell Street, at number 75 Parnell Street. Above the premises was the name of the owner, T.S. O'Clearlig, Thomas J. Clark, the first and oldest signatory of the 1916 proclamation. In many ways, Tom Clark was the architect of the Easter Rising, and it was in his shop on Parnell Street that the foundations for rebellion were laid.
Relatively few people today in Ireland know much about Tom Clark, but without his involvement, the Easter Rising would never have happened. To talk about 1916 without focusing on Clark is like the American Civil War without Lincoln, the Bolshevik Revolution without Lenin. One contemporary described him as the embodiment of Fenianism, and another called him the mind of the revolution. That, I think, gives you some idea of the importance of this man.
The story of Tom Clark begins not in Ireland, but on an island off the south coast of England, where James Clark from Leitrim and his newly married bride, Mary Palmer from Tipperary, gave birth to their first child in March 1858. They christened him Thomas James Clark.
Well, rugabé inis ocht amach ó chósta hasanna bhí ahar ina haidir agus bhí sé Londaíon sin. Nuair a bhí sé bliain roiis deistre an talach go dtí an Africas mar Londaíon an tathair an sin. Níor tháinig sé rais go héireann go dtí go raibh sé 6 mbliana roiis agus an sin dáis sé suas a gcontae heroin a gceantar chun Gannon.
Dungannon, in the heart of East Tyrone, was a part of the country that had witnessed constant resistance to English interference in Irish affairs from the early modern period. It was a hotbed of paramilitary organisation, some of which was agrarian located, other which was politically motivated. The famine had afflicted that part of Ireland well into the early 1850s. And bearing in mind that Clark was born in 1858, it was very much in living memory. So certainly this was a stronghold of the United Irishmen in times past, and it became a centre of Fenianism. The Dungannon-Coal Island nexus was very, very much a stronghold of the Irish Republican Brotherhood, which in 1867 had risen in arms in various parts of Ireland. So Clark became drawn into that type of activity. And little wonder that when he was old enough to join, he became a member of the IRB in Dungannon.
The only thing that violence will answer to is violence. You suffer, your family suffer, your children suffer. How long do you want this to go on?
In 1878, the national organiser of the IRB, was a man called John Daly, visited Dungannon, and Clark attended the meeting. He's spellbound by Daly, and very soon after that he decides to be initiated into the IRB, and it's Daly who does that. Therefore, from the late 1870s onward, Clark is committed totally. He's got his mission in life, and his story thereafter is the evolution of that mission.
Sir, Mr. Daly.
Hello,
Thomas Clark.
A pleasure to meet you.
Sorry, I missed a bit of that.
The IRB was a secret oath-bound society committed to ridding Ireland of English rule and establishing an Irish Republic through physical force. And it wasn't long before Clark himself was playing a central role in local IRB activities.
Harla Slúchas in Dungannon idir an pobl agus Napóleoní agus bhí rifle ag Clark agus scuilte orchar leis Napóleoní. Rud a chuir scantar árbis cosúil mar thug an slua faoin Napóleoní sin agus bhain siad gunnaíróib. Agus bhí an imrí ar na húdrás faoin rudse agus mar sin thucra Clark go raibh sé chomaige an cantar ágáil ar bhaile leis féin. Bhí cards eile leis a ghuiir America go America mar sin thucra sé féin an ru céanna dhéanna.
Clark arrived in New York in the year 1880, when he was 22 years old. He managed to find work almost immediately as a hotel porter, but more importantly, he also made contact with the American arm of the Fenian movement, Clan na Gael.
Bhí Clan na Gael an tábhachtach an taobh Americanach de glóiseach na poblacht. Bhealach bhí siad go tábhachtach leis an dramanéireann, bhí níos mó saoirseach America, agus bhí siad an smaointe poblachtach a scapa, agus airgad a bhaileach an chúis rud a bhí tábhachtach, agus go leorach na rudaí a hálas a tréimhse seo, buiad Clan na Gael a bhí taobh héarthóib na riire, agus thocra siad san go a cheart, feachtas búmála a thions na bhsasna.
Following a series of failed uprisings in Ireland, the IRB and Clan na Gael had decided to strike at the very heart of the British Empire and embarked on a campaign designed to put the issue of Ireland at the forefront of British politics.
Clark is sent back to England to participate in a dynamite campaign in England. At that time, bombs were being set off across London, places like the Tower of London and the Underground. The problem was, of course, that the police knew everything. The operation was riddled with informers, and they were actually following Clark as he was engaged in surveillance missions.
The experience of being betrayed by an infiltrator in England when Clark was on active service for the Fenians in Britain certainly, in my opinion, added greatly to his sense of personal security. It may have contributed to his desire to be always in the background, a shadowy figure, a manipulative figure, but involved at one point removed. It's not, I think, inconsiderable that in his later revolution career he was never directly betrayed by any close associate.
Clark was tried in the Old Bailey in London in June 1883 under the assumed name of Henry Hammond Wilson, a pseudonym he had adopted during the course of the dynamiting campaign. He was found guilty under the Treason Felony Act and sentenced to penal servitude for life.
You are all now inmates of Millbank Prison, and as such are subject to Her Majesty's regulation for the treatment of penal servitude prisoners. Strict silence must at all times be observed. Under no circumstances must one prisoner speak to another. There is no hope of release for life prisoners until they have completed 20 years. Each case will then be decided on its own merits. Take them away.
Clark was one of the special men. He did 15 and a half years in really what was the British equivalent of Devil's Island. It was a calvary of suffering in which he endured physical hardship, mental desolation, emotional deprivation, in a regime that was clearly designed to crush the prisoners physically and spiritually.
The authorities aimed at making life unbearable for us, harassing morning, noon and night, and on through the night. Harassing always and at all times. Harassing with bread and water punishments, with no sleep tortures and other tortures. This system was applied to the Irish prisoners, and to them only, and was specifically devised to destroy us mentally or physically, to kill or drive insane.
Clark saw people around him go insane, and year after year he had to battle against slipping into depression because he knew that if that happened, that way madness lay. He had to get through this.
The golden rules of life for a long sentence prisoner. Clench your teeth hard and never say die. Keep your thoughts off yourself all you can. Guard your self-respect. If you lost that, you'd lose the backbone of your manhood. Keep your eyes wide open and don't bang your head against the wall.
I meas na brísúnach nua hánig isteach sa brísún le linn go Clark a bheith an. Chonaic sé John Daly lá bháin, seo é an fear a thug isteach imránachas na poblach é an chéad lá. Daire lob tangháil a dhéanana le chéile, bhí choras acab le builí a bhúla bhela an phrísún. Cinál cód le go bhéidir a bheith láras le chéile. Bhí nós acab teachtrachta ágáil I bhálach is a brísún na náteach a dhéagsúla. Agus mar sin chuine siad a tangháil agus chuine siad misneach a chéile beo.
He was able to rely on the friendship and the protection of a few people like Daly. But Daly is eventually amnestied after almost starving himself to death in a hunger strike. And then essentially Clark is left on his own. Only a person of remarkable willpower and resilience could have got through the hell that he endured.
Here we are in 1893, and I have been in prison 10 years, almost a third of my lifetime. No one can understand the hardship and misery it means but myself. But notwithstanding it all, I am, from the heart's core to the fingertips, Irish still, proudly Irish as in the old days.
Finally, after spending over 15 years behind bars, word came through that Clark was to be released as part of a general amnesty on Fenian prisoners.
There's no doubt whatever that Clark left prison a damaged individual in one sense. He's physically aged. He looks much older than he is. And also, I think it's fair to say, he's filled with an absolute hatred. A hatred directed against the people and the system which he blamed for robbing him of the best years of his life. And one day, he would have his revenge on those people and that system.
Discover the past with exclusive military history documentaries and ad-free podcasts presented by world-renowned historians, all on History Hit. Watch them on your smart TV or on the go with your mobile device. Download the app now to watch everything, from the gripping story of the Band of Brothers to Operation Barbarossa and D-Day. Immerse yourself in the dramatic stories of this remarkable era by signing up via the link in the description.
After spending 15 years in jail, Tom Clark was released from Portland Prison in the winter of 1898. The following spring he made the trip down to Limerick to visit his old friend John Daly. He ended up staying with the Dalys on into the summer and forming a close bond with Daly's niece, Kathleen.
The family were shocked that someone so much older, and you have to imagine that he's 41 years of age, Kathleen is in her 20s, that the age gap is there. I mean, the last thing they expected that there was going to be a romance between one of the Dalys and with Tom Clark. And it's interesting because when you read Kathleen Clark's own account of her life, she's very determined to keep that contact with him.
Have you thought much about what you might do?
I was talking to John Devoy in America, and he was saying if I was interested, there's work there for me, but there might be better prospects for me over there.
Bhí Kathleen ní sóg ná ach bhí siise tócaí na principal chéanna garíre feadh síl siise bhí bain seiceise le cursaí poblachtacha chomá ach ní raisiad an pósa go dtí goach postaige agus hepe réon fostáil in éireann mar sin dil sé ar na Stáit Aontaithe ríist. Pósa an sin iad America.
Clark migrated to the US in 1899 and immediately became reintegrated into the Clan na Gael structures, and he becomes the right-hand man of the great John Devoy, possibly the greatest surviving Fenian in North America. And that really placed Clark into the leadership hierarchy in North America. When one considers that Clark applied for and received US citizenship in 1905, and in 1906 obtained 2 fairly substantial farm properties in New York State, it doesn't suggest that he'd immediately intended returning to Ireland, which he did in 1907. And that would lead me to suggest that there's more to that relocation than meets the eye. There's very little documentary evidence for this. This is purely informed speculation, but it's probably not a coincidence that 1907 was the year in which the IRB were essentially refounded in Ireland, predominantly under the offices of Bulmer Hobson, of Dennis McCullough, of Pat McCartan, and rising figures like Sean McDermott. Given the nature of the secretive life of the Clan and the IRB, we're never going to know whether or not Devoy sent Clark back to Ireland to head up the American interest in the IRB revival. But we do know one thing, that's exactly what happened.
In 1907, Tom Clark arrived back in Ireland and moved with his family to Dublin City, where he immediately set about establishing a front for his revolutionary activities.
There is a splendid set of young fellows, earnest, stable and energetic, around Dublin, with whom it is a pleasure to work. Fellows who believe in doing things, not in gabbing about them only. I am in great heart with this young thinking generation. They are men. They will give a good account of themselves.
Once Clark had set up the front for the IRB in Parnell Street in 1907, he was in almost daily contact with nearly all the leading players, most notably Bulmer Hobson, who he would have encountered on his lecture tours in the United States. Amongst those who come into his milieu are the rising figure Sean McDermott. And McDermott essentially becomes the closest thing to an adjutant that Clark would ever have. And indeed, these are the people who collectively produced 1916.
Sean McDermott was one of the first of many converts to Clark's cause, and he travelled the length and breadth of the country spreading the revolutionary gospel. He continued his work even after suffering a bout of polio that left him crippled. Many of the converts that McDermott brought into the fold were drawn from the ranks of nationalist cultural organisations like Conor na Gaeilge and the Gaelic Athletic Association. These were organisations that had emerged as part of the cultural revival that Ireland experienced at the turn of the century, and they proved to be an ideal recruiting ground for the IRB.
Is tógadh rá daoine ag iarraidh balla eile chun a bhéanúlacht ar chur an úl seachas polítíocht, mar bhí polítíocht tar éis clise ortha ar bhealach déadtá rá. Ach hiagad ar aon nós nach rá brí dá laid le saoirse politúil, gan saoirse cultúrtha a bheith acu ribhe sin agus in éindí. Agus ineall ar sin is tógadh chuireadh ar spéis sean scéalaíocht na Gael sa tanga Gaeilge féin agus mar sin de. Mar a dúirt Douglas de Hide, not so much the fight as the thing fought for. Is tógadh gur duine bhfuil daoine arcú mar hampla as Conor na Gaeilge, má scrúdaíonn tú brainse an chéitinig an seoim lá clia. Is léir gur tháinig roinnt an award an IRB as an roinse sin, agus gur hiagna daoine sin péiscéile gur Waterloo bhaint idir cuasaí cultúrtha agus radicus sa pholaíocht.
Sampla má go chuir hoige bhí ag Clark se an chuí ar thug sé páric mac Pearse seach. Bhí an pearsach ag obair le fada ag Conor na Gaeilge, agus ní raon cháil ró mhór ar mar phoblachtúir, go dteann hial go leor phoblachtúirí go raibh sé wadró bheasara. Ach chunig Clark go raibh cumas cainsa cumas scríneoireacht agus mar sin agus go bhéadach sé bheith fónsach go maith an chúis, agus mar sin rinne sé iireachta le é thiortaisteach agus a chuir chun leasa chun chúis agus go bhrárachas na poblachta.
We'd like to talk to you about the Emmett commemoration that's coming up. Both myself and Tom agree that it's a very important opportunity.
Very special day. We have one issue though. We need somebody to make a speech that day.
Clark, like many in the IRB, was initially wary of Pearse, who, up until 1912, was appearing on Home Rule platforms alongside John Redmond, the leader of the Irish Parliamentary Party in Westminster. For men like Clark, Redmond was a traitor, and Home Rule was an insult to Irish freedom.
They thought that Home Rule, in a sense, was an absolute terminal danger to the Irish people. They weren't after a certain amount of devolution from England. They thought that a certain amount of devolution from England might, in fact, mean that if Redmond became leader of Ireland, Ireland would settle permanently into a devolved relationship as part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. The great driving fear of Clark and McDermott is that if this process went on indefinitely, in fact, if it went on for just a few more years, Ireland might become completely Anglicised. And they did regard that as effectively the extermination of the Irish people. In effect, I think they see a rising as a race against time. If they don't strike within the next few years, the situation will become hopeless. And that, I think, gives a tremendous urgency to their planning for a rising.
Events were gathering steam. The Dublin lockout of 1913 resulted in the formation of the Irish Citizen Army, a workers' defence force led by the socialist James Connolly. And in the north of the country, the prospect of Home Rule led to the formation of the Ulster Volunteer Force, a well-armed citizen militia expressly committed to resisting Home Rule by any means necessary.
Well, eindigdóí a bhí mí hásta, gomach éon neamhsplachas ag éireann thosa siad ag eagrú fórsa gá go téin óglaí ulla. Bhí Clark beag nach sásta a méid seo eicáil, mar hiúil sé gomach sé mar hampla ag náisiúntóirí éireann, go bhfuidir sí sé an rud chéanna dhéanana fórsa a chuir a bon, agus déad fhí leasahhaint as a bhórsa seo le saoirse na tíorhhaint amach.
There is talk of the volunteers, that they are marching, that they are organising. Let them organise. The more they organise, the better. They are giving us a great lead, and it won't be long before we follow them.
In direct response to the Ulster Volunteers, Clark and the IRB began to prepare the way for the creation of a nationalist volunteer force, an open military organisation that the IRB could use as a revolutionary sword.
The day is coming when all young men of Ireland will be marching, drilling and learning the use of arms. Yes! That's what we want. All over Europe, it is the rifle that speaks now. And it won't be long before the rifle speaks to Ireland.
When the Irish Volunteers were formed in November 1913, 12 out of 30 members of its provisional committee were IRB men. But in an effort to make the organisation more amenable to moderate nationalists, Owen McNeill, a respected professor of history from UCD, was appointed as Chief of Staff. Clark signed up as an ordinary level volunteer and took no leadership role in the organisation.
The Irish Volunteers, when they're formed, are a broad nationalist movement. So what Clark and McDermott are doing, they're staying in the background. That was their style. They get other people to do the work under their guidance and direction. So you get people like Pearce, who's appointed Director of Organisation in the Irish Volunteers, Kent, Director of Communications. What they're doing is planting followers in strategic positions.
In July 1914, the Irish Volunteers successfully landed shipments of arms at Howth and Kilcoole. The storm clouds of war were darkening over Dublin and over the continent. 2 days after the Howth landings, Austria declared war on Serbia, and the nations of Europe were swept up in the tide of the Great War.
Nuair a thosa an cogamór mílúnas an níos ag ceardaig, Fred Clark mar a freidsich féin í gcónaí go raibh éigeandáil hasna mar dheis ag éireann. Nuair a bhí arm na Breataine graithach in áiteach eile, bheadh seans ag muinte na hÉireann an deise hapú agus saoirse bhaint amach. Mar sin bunaíomh coiste míleata, tá bhí an bhráthachas leis an gceiste Isró. Ag go buinte seo bhí trúr Eamon Kent, Pádraig MacPearse agus Joseph Plunkett. Nuair a tháinig Clark agus McDermott tá chosolacht ar a scéal go raibh rudaí níos daríre.
As the outbreak of what became the 1916 Rising neared, two other significant figures were co-opted. One was Tomás MacDonagh, very much a figure in the mould of Pádraig Pearse, and perhaps more significantly, James Connolly. The specific reason for bringing James Connolly into the conspiracy was purely pragmatic. Connolly, through his Irish Citizen Army, was in danger of preempting the Rising by having an armed protest unilaterally. That could have brought the forces of reaction down in such a way as to destroy the potential of the IRB for some time to come.
James Connolly was brought onto the Military Council in early January 1916, and a date for the Rising was set, Easter Sunday, the 23rd of April. Only an inner circle of loyal IRB men were made aware that a date for the Rising had been agreed. Even the head of the Volunteers, Owen McNeill, was kept in the dark until the last minute.
We bhí plán an éirí amach Owen McNeill an fear bhí ganas go hefigiúil na hóglaí. Ní raibh sé an páirteach in ulbó an éirí amach ach bhí só leacaip go ghlaca sé leis nuair a chonaic sé go raibh sé go tarló. Agus an teachtain rih an éirí amach Bhí sé dechar rá an nach sé lód na nachmeach bhí canál seasa éagsúla ag amantí éagsúla.
At the end of the week, when things start to fall apart, with Casement's arrest, the arms shipment goes down, McNeill does what he'd been doing for some years, flip-flopping. He comes out against the rising, issues his countermand order, and does something that the military council just couldn't believe. They had taken every precaution against every possibility, except that McNeill would act ruthlessly and decisively and essentially checkmate them, which of course is why they met at Liberty Hall on the Sunday morning at this absolutely vital meeting of the Military Council.
I shoot that back, I made myself a actor. What mentions the volunteers in this? Doesn't mention our one.
What has he done? What has that son of a bitch McNeill done?
See for yourself.
Owing to the very critical situation, all orders given to the Irish volunteers for tomorrow, Easter Sunday, are hereby rescinded, and no parades, marches or other movements of Irish volunteers will take place. Each individual volunteer will obey this order strictly in every particular.
The same countermand has been issued to every volunteer circle in the country. We'll be lucky if 100 men turn up.
So that's it. We can't go ahead now, can we?
No, it's now or never. Casement is in custody. Sooner or later, they're going to round up the rest of us. All this means is that we have to delay the rising for 24 hours and issue fresh orders to clear up the confusion.
Confusion? And you want to issue more orders on top of these ones? No wonder the English think we're amateurs and fools.
And what about the rest of the country? Are we supposed to leave them to face the might of the British Empire with only pikes and flaming sods of turf?
Volunteers will fight with sticks and stones that they have to.
Tomas, even without the German arms, we must act now. The men are ready, and if we can hold out long enough for word to reach Germany, they may send a force to
support. The Germans were never going to win this for us. When we go into fight, we fight alone.
What if we take the fight to the mountains and join up with the men of the West?
Piers, you're going to fight in Dublin.
What exactly are you trying to say?
There'll be no more hiding in the mountains. We're fighting on the streets.
What are you saying? There's no
We're
hiding
going to fight on the streets. We're going to be fighting in the streets of Dublin.
It's joining up with the men. That's what we're going to do. Join the forces.
Enough, gentlemen. Enough. We should stick to our original plan. McNeill's orders won't have got down to the country yet. If Dublin rises, the country will follow.
Tom, we're all aware of what's at stake. And we're all as committed to the cause as we ever were. But the fact is this. We must postpone the action for 24 hours to clear up this McNeill mess!
The hell with McNeill! I say that we strike immediately. If we don't, we will be arrested and disarmed. I've been in an English cell, and I do not intend to go back.
Gentlemen, as members of the Provisional Government, we are no longer obliged to abide by consensus. So we'll put it to a vote. All those in favour of staying with the original plan, raise your arm.
Come on, lads. Sean?
All those in favour of postponing operations for 24 hours, raise your arm. We strike at noon tomorrow.
Very well. I'll draft up new orders and get them distributed to the men of the Western Branch. Tomas, call off the Dublin battalions. We have to get word out that we're on hold for 24 hours. Tell the men to stand down, but to be ready.
McNeill's countermand, although not fatal, was a severe blow to the Military Council's plans and destroyed whatever prospect there had been of a nationwide rebellion. For better or worse, the rising would now be a largely Dublin-based affair, and it was decided to carry out the Dublin-based operations as planned.
Tell them we've called the whole thing off. Tom,
Various key buildings at strategic points around the city would be occupied. Eamon Cant was given the task of taking the South Dublin Union, and Thomas MacDonagh was to occupy Jacob's Biscuit Factory. The Four Courts, Boland's Mills and St Stephen's Green would also be seized. Clark, McDermott, Pearse, Connolly and Plunkett would form part of the garrison based in the rebel headquarters in the GPO. On the morning of Monday, the 24th of April 1916, Dublin was bathed in glorious sunshine. It was a public holiday, and the city was in festive spirit, with many of its inhabitants, including most of the British Armed Forces, making their way out to Fairyhouse for the races. But in certain bedrooms and kitchens across the city, other men and women were engaged in more serious matters. They picked up their rifles, said goodbye to their loved ones for what they thought would be the last time, and went out to fight for their country's freedom. At 11:30, 150 men assembled outside Liberty Hall in Beresford Place alongside the Liffey. Amongst them was a young Michael Collins, just back from London, and the future President of Ireland, Sean T. O'Kelly.
Fall in! Double columns! Quick march!
At 12:02, Pearse, Connolly and Plunkett led the column up Abbey Street, across O'Connell Street, and into history.
Check the top floor. See who's up there.
This building has been commandeered in the name of the Irish Republic.
We're seizing this building in the name of the Irish Republic! Everybody out!
Smash those windows! Barricade them! Through those tables! Quick, come on! Come on! Tom,
come over here. Get
roll
to
up
the
to the
table.
roofs, run those up the flagpole.
Irishmen and Irish women, in the name of God and of the dead generations from which she receives her old tradition of nationhood, Ireland, through us, summons her children to her flag and strikes for her freedom. In this supreme hour, the Irish nation must, by its valor, discipline, and by the readiness of its children to sacrifice themselves for the common good, prove itself worthy of the august destiny to which it is called. Don't fight in France, will you? Signed on behalf of the Irish Provisional Government.
Thanks be to God, Pearse. We've lived to see this day.
Pearse, I can die a happy man. I've lived to see the greatest day in Irish history.
On the wall.
These are the 7 signatories, and I think it's a mark of the standing of Clark and the regard in which he is held. That his is the first name to the proclamation. And that's the key, I think. The fact that his name is pride of place shows you the regard, the admiration and respect that the other members of the military council had for Clark.
That's coming down the street. How are we going to protect the building?
We'll be fine, we'll be fine. We'll be able to hold out a strong assault, believe me.
Má iallara ís is dói níra Clark Harvey Gníomh sa trodíocht hain, ach lach sé pársan, scuil sé le saidirí sasnacha a rinne seachtainna. Agus is dói gur chuide sé le go leor na trodí eile go raibh sé an gur cinál sampla bhí an rób, mar a bhí a misnecha a tep go bhacha sí Tom Clark agus tá sé ráta go leor daine gur thug sé spridsróp nuair a chonang siad an seanar seo a bhí ag obair ar hon na poblachta le blianta go raibh sé iste gríán na trodda leob chuide sé le go mór.
People around the world know what's happening. Ireland will never be the same after this. You, me, every single man in this building, they have made a difference. They've changed Irish history.
By the end of the week, Pearse, I think, is out on his feet. He got very little sleep. The strain on him was immense. And of course, by the end of the week, Connolly also was injured, and he's out of it as well. It's then that Clark and McDermott really come into their own. They're not just standing there chatting to people and encouraging them, they're actually taking decisions. They're sending people to various locations, they're evacuating various garrisons.
As the week wore on, the hopes of the leaders that the country would rise in support of the Dublin rebels evaporated. The British authorities, although initially taken by surprise, quickly regained the initiative, and fresh troops poured into the city to crush the rebel strongholds. On the Wednesday, heavy artillery shells began to rain down on O'Connell Street, and the centre of Dublin became an inferno. Inside the GPO, the situation became increasingly desperate as fire gripped the rebel headquarters. And on Friday, the decision was taken to evacuate the building.
Our best bet is to go to the forecourts. If we get as far as Moore Street, then we'll be fine.
Right, we start evacuations in an hour. Yes? Men! We're staying for 1 more hour. One final chance.
The leaders managed to make it as far as a small shop on Moore Street, where the following morning, the military council met for the last time.
Hocra Canary and Irie Mach, Gurashanamach Gale, Eran Sahran, a reached vi Clark Lashane, a votal and Iron Rudshaw, Hilshay, Gumacharhob, Iruch to one Elle, Yana, Agus Beder Nachrashi Gira Gale, Horbe, Gabarlish, Boss all. San Irie Mach na Gale, ach lach sé leis an gine bhí déanta. Nuair chuirear tríolai, ní aran sé iirecht a bheith héana chosint, bhreanna sé ar a gcuirt aram seo mar cheap maga, ní aran sé óráid, ní ar chosan sé héin, lig sé rópa go le ra agus bhí é go hós, cin bhreith a bheith ag go gcuirt sin go gcuirfaí chun bá sé.
I was taken under arm guard to Kilmainham, and he stood in the cell with me. I got about an hour. Well, even then we didn't talk about anything about ourselves. We talked about the future and the future of the country. And he said, we, all of us that are going out tonight, he said, believe that we have saved the soul of Ireland. That we have struck the first successful blow to freedom, and that freedom is coming. But between this and freedom, he said, Ireland will go through hell. But he said, Ireland will never lie down again.
I'm sorry, Kathleen.
You've never disappointed me, Tom.
Nor you me, my love. Nor you me. I and my fellow signatories believe we have struck the first successful blow for freedom. The next blow, which we have no doubt Ireland will strike, will win through. In this belief, we die happy. Thomas J. Clark, Kilmainham Jail, 3rd of May 1916.
Squad, ready? Aim. Fire!
The enemy forces believe that contained within this building is the heart and inspiration of our movement. They're right. We're winning, boys. Courage. But in our moment of victory, let us not forget the brave women who supported us. Never was there a grander cause for men and women. And never was that cause more grandly served.
I'll just type this up for you, Mr. Connolly.
During Easter week in the GPO, it was James Connolly who commanded the rebel forces. Connolly was a man who knew what it was like to be in a fight. He had spent his whole life fighting against poverty, against injustice, and against oppression. He was a soldier and a writer. He was a socialist and a father. And in the end, he was a revolutionary who died for freedom.
A good novel. A good rest. An insurrection. As certainly as Revolution Deluxe.
As long as I live, I will have no rest, only working, educating, organising and fighting to destroy the forces that produce poverty. These are the words of James Connolly, a man who was no stranger to poverty himself. Connolly was born in an Irish slum in Edinburgh in the year 1868. His parents had emigrated to Scotland from Monaghan and settled in Cowgate, an Irish ghetto where thousands of poor Irish families flocked in the hope of finding work.
He was actually born within St. Patrick's Parish, which was known as Little Ireland. It was very much an Irish ghetto within Edinburgh. His family came from the lowest ranks of rural Ireland. Both his grandparents were rural labourers. He himself, he had an education up to the age of about 10 in the local Catholic primary school. He then left and worked mostly in labouring type jobs. Ultimately, because of the economic difficulties he was having, like his brother before him, his elder brother John, he joined the British Army.
Yen sé le stáil san áran nuair a bhí sé timpeall ceithre bliana déag d'aois, thug sé anam bréige agus duine sé bréige faoine ís chomá. Agus níl an irid san ólis fad going faoine héal san áram, mar bhíoch leiscéir ina dhéis an láirtfuoi. Ach tá blúirí chólis a going má go leor ina héamh, mar hampla tá going go raibh sé in éireann mar haidúir de chuid ar na Breatanas na hochtadaí, agus bin trééis sé anna chorathe faoin dua in éireann, agus ina dhéag sin chuirigh sé saoim agus dhéanamh sé tagart don agóid ar san na talún.
Zerran go raibh tunnachar aige sin ar aigna, mar léaró sé go bew cén sort égóra bhí ar siúil, agus go raibh aran na Breataine an leis an égóir sin a chosint agus a chuimhnú, agus a feadh híal ar fad na dhé sin bhí grán aige ar aran na Breataine, agus mar sin nuair a chola sé go raibh reisimins le neistriú go dtí an ins, chréig sé an tarm.
Connolly had another reason for not wanting to go to India with his regiment. A young lady by the name of Lily Reynolds. Lily moved to Scotland with James after he left the army, and they married in April 1890. They settled in Edinburgh, where Connolly began to get involved in the socialist movement. But with a young family to support, he needed some way to provide for them.
Socialists support one another. Connolly repairs the worn-out understandings of the brethren at standard rates. Ladies' boots, 1 shilling and sixpence. Gents, 2 and 6.
He did establish a cobbler's shop for a while in 1895, but that failed after a few months. He was an absolutely hopeless cobbler. He simply couldn't mend shoes well. Also, he was so engrossed with the socialist movement at that time. He really prioritised that over his own work and his own livelihood, to the detriment probably of his family life.
2 months after the birth of his third daughter, word came to Connolly that the Dublin Socialist Club was looking for a full-time secretary, a job that offered a salary of £1 a week. Connolly and his family moved to Dublin, and he set about winning converts to the socialist cause.
But in any march towards nationhood, fundamental questions have to be asked. And the first question that must be answered is, who are the Irish people? Is it the dividend-hunting capitalist, with the phraseology of patriotism on his lips, and the spoils wrung from sweated Irish toilers in his pockets? Is it the scheming lawyer, or the slum landlord, or any of these sections which today dominate Irish politics? Or is it rather the Irish working class? The Irish working class must emancipate itself, and in emancipating itself, must free its country.
During the summer of 1896, Connolly founded the Irish Socialist Republican Party, but the organisation struggled with very few members and very little support. As one newspaper reported, the Irish Socialist Republican Party has more syllables than it has members. It was a rare occasion that the party could afford to pay Connolly, and he struggled to support his family. Finally, he decided he would emigrate to America, and in the autumn of 1903, he sailed to New York in the hope of building a better life for his wife and children.
Bhí a chláán le tíocht amach go America na dhé, agus bhí dáta socraí agus chóise go dtí Ellis Island le níad a bhailú, ach níor tháinig siad ón mád, agus bhí animní ar nó chóise ríist an lád ar géin, agus ríist níor tháinig siad ón mád, agus fear seachtain a bhí an scéal céanán. Ar dzere tháinig sé a chláán i tíocht ach níor an inín behinne leis móna, níor a siise láthair, Agus sin an nóir a fór sé meach go raibh timpis éis Waterloo. An lá a raibh a chláán le bla lí ágáil, haring móna potte an tinne, agus dómhí go donna sa timpis sin, war sí fe couple lách an sin bhása sí.
My chief motive in coming here was to provide a better field for my girls than was open for them at home. But the girl for whose immediate benefit the change was made was stricken down, and the blow darkened my life and changed all our hopes and prospects.
James Connolly spent the next 7 years in America working with socialist organisations. But it was the time he spent working in the trade union movement and with the industrial workers of the world that had the greatest impact on his political outlook.
Bhí ceart cuma nua chuirthar ar bun an industrial workers of the world a bhalig gnáibrithe le céile, ní craft union de bhí ann ach ceart cuma dus na gnáibrithe agus ghlach Connolly páirt mór san IWW go mór in Newark agus Newark, New Jersey agus go mór bhí sig agrú ibrithe dogannaí isteach ibrithe as nach ibrithe as an idáil freisin. Agus chun leabhart lob, chun leabhart leis na himmercaigh sin, dalam sé a dáilis agus leabhar sé go líofa as a dáilis leis na hibrithe sin.
Someone's got to speak to them.
Where the hell is Comrade DeLuca? They'll rip this place apart if we don't get here soon.
I'll never let it be said. I didn't give them all for the cause.
Ed ora, camerati, Giuseppe Connolly!
Grazie. Camerati, ogni fabbrica organizzata sotto l'egida della Industrial Workers of the World è una fortezza strappato della controllo della classe capitalista. Dobbiamo unire contro il capitalismo. Avanti alla Repubblica Socialista!
Although Connolly was organising workers of all nationalities, Ireland was never far from his thoughts. In 1907, he helped organise the Irish Socialist Federation in New York to help support Irish workers.
It would be difficult to understate the importance of the Irish Socialist Federation in terms of Connolly's re-engagement with Ireland. It brought him into regular contact with socialists back in Dublin, and with the emergence in 1909 of a reinvigorated Socialist Party of Ireland, Connolly realised that there could now be opportunities to return to Ireland and become perhaps a full-time organiser for either the Labour movement or the Socialist movement.
I have set my heart on getting back to Ireland. I feel that most anyone can do the work I'm doing here, but that there is work to be done in Ireland, that I can do better than most anyone. I'm always dreaming of Ireland, dreaming of going back to the fight at home. Now, you know I have a way of trying to realise my dreams. I think I'll try and realise this one.
On the evening of the 14th of July 1910, a farewell dinner was held in Kavanagh's restaurant in New York for James Connolly. Connolly was returning to Ireland and to the fight for Irish freedom.
Connolly arrived back to Ireland in 1910 and he returned to a very changed situation. The emergence of the Irish Transport and General Workers Union at that time was a massively significant event. The ITGWU meant that unskilled workers were being mobilised and unionised for the first time in large numbers in Dublin. Probably the most important figure at the head of that movement was Jim Larkin.
Jim Larkin was born to Irish parents in Liverpool in 1876, and like Connolly, he had been sent out to work when he was still a child. Like Connolly, Larkin had spent his life campaigning on behalf of the labouring classes, and on Connolly's return to Ireland, they joined forces on behalf of Dublin's workers, who were in a more desperate plight than ever.
Connolly was somebody who had direct experience of poverty. He was born into dire poverty in Scotland, into tenement life. He would have been very aware then, when he came back to Ireland and settled in Ireland, of the extent to which things simply had not changed. If you look at Dublin in the years in the run-up to the Rising, you can see the extent of poverty. There were 26,000 people who were living in tenements. 20,000 of those 26,000 were living in one-roomed tenements. If you go to individual streets under the 1911 census, you can see the degree of overcrowding that existed. To take Henrietta Street, for example, on the north side of the city, what had once been a relatively salubrious area, there are 15 houses in Henrietta Street with 835 people living in those 15 houses. James Connolly would have been very aware of that, and James Connolly was somebody who would have said that Ireland, or the concept of Ireland, doesn't mean anything to me if it doesn't recognise the individuals that make up Ireland and what they are enduring. And the lack of rights that workers had as well, as became so patently obvious during the 1913 lockout.
The ITGWU was seen as a serious development by many employers in Dublin. William Martin Murphy in particular was appalled by the emergence of this union, and he considered Larkin to be a dangerous firebrand. Martin Murphy was adamant that the ITGWU had to be faced down, and in August 1913 he laid off 100 of his employees who he believed to be members of the union. He also asked his remaining employees to sign a pledge to say that they wouldn't join the ITGWU. Consequently, strike action was initiated, and the consequence of it was the Dublin lockout of 1913. A lockout that involved 20,000 workers within the city, probably 80,000 people in total if you include their dependents. It was a massive industrial dispute that led to much street violence and led also to the jailing of both Larkin and Connolly for a brief period as a result of speeches they made in favour of the locked out workers.
Baton charges, prison cells, untimely death and acute starvation. All were faced without a murmur, and in the face of them all, the brave Dublin workers never lost faith in their ultimate triumph. Never doubted but that their organisation would emerge victorious from the struggle. Ah, comrades, it is good to have lived in Dublin in these days.
Connolly was arrested on the 30th of August and sentenced to 3 months in prison. He went on hunger strike and starved himself for a week until the authorities relented and he was released. As Larkin was still in jail, Connolly was the man in charge at Liberty Hall, and he set about organising a workers' defence force.
A real socialist movement can only be born of struggle, of uncompromising affirmation of the faith within us. The Dublin fight is more than a trade union fight. It is a great class struggle, and recognised as such by all sides. Now listen to me. I'm going to talk sedition. The next time we're out on a march, I want to be accompanied by 4 battalions of trained men. I say nothing about arms at present, but when we want them, we know where we can find them.
The Irish Citizen Army was one of the flints that would spark off the 1916 Rising, But the strikers were not the only ones arming themselves. In the north, the Ulster Volunteer Force was formed by Unionists to oppose Home Rule, and in the winter of 1913, Nationalists set about organising their own military force, the Irish Volunteers. The Dublin lockout lasted over 6 months, but in early 1914, workers who were starving and desperate began to drift back to work, and the strike was broken.
Dublin is isolated, and so we Irish workers must again go down into hell. Bow our backs to the lash of the slave driver, let our hearts be seared by the iron of his hatred, and instead of the sacrificial wafer of brotherhood and common sacrifice, eat the dust of defeat and betrayal.
Nuair a bhreis tú ar an rudí a hála níide cehardaig, bhí trí bhuiile tromthóiseach búlta ar go níolach. Ifre héin hepar an stalcim lá lia, ifre dó fógra rialtas na Breataine, gníon bhí cruúchailt ar an tír. Seachas Parliaments neamhsplách a bheith ag éireann mar a bhí gealta, fór sé meach gur hen tír le geara na gáile, agus go mach stát aontachtach bunaí ó thua, agus bóas an rud é seo dar leis, agus sin ifre trí tháinig an cogadh mór, agus hitsa a glúisiad hóisiach as a chéile.
One of the things that brought James Connolly on board, I think, was the outbreak of the First World War. And James Connolly's notion that this was British imperialism at its worst during this First World War, particularly in terms of the people who were going to pay the ultimate price, or pay a disproportionate price, as he would have seen it. Those working class people who were enlisting and who were enrolling in this army and who were going to become effectively pawns and were going to be slaughtered on that basis. And what he effectively does is to declare a war on war.
Shoot the working class of Europe rather than slaughter each other for the benefit of kings and financiers. Proceed tomorrow to erect barricades all over Europe. We should be perfectly justified in following such a glorious example and contribute our aid to the disbandment of the vulture class that rob and rule the world.
War is upon us, and we are helpless. What then becomes of our resolutions, all our threats of general strikes, all our carefully built internationalism, all our hopes for the future? Were they all as sound and fury, signifying nothing? Would it not be better for all capable of bearing arms to resolve to fight and, if need be, to die for freedom here at home?
Connolly's position in the past would have been one that favoured mass insurrection with the working class at the forefront of the revolution. With the outbreak of the war and the collapse of the socialist movement across Europe, Connolly started to look towards a small-scale insurrection. As a consequence, Connolly became involved in building up the Irish Citizen Army into a fighting force with the intention of involving it in an insurrection against British rule in Ireland.
But Connolly wasn't the only one planning an insurrection. The IRB, a secret society pledged to overthrow British rule in Ireland, had formed a military council at the outbreak of the war to investigate the possibility of staging a nationwide rebellion. The military council consisted of Eamon Cant, Joseph Plunkett and Patrick Pearse, but it was being directed by Sean McDermott and Tom Clark, who had been stealthily moving nationalists towards insurrection for years. Connolly and his citizen army were now threatening to preempt their plans.
He's pushed us so far. We need to think that we need to make him believe so. Or if you send out a message.
The great danger was, of course, that Connolly might act and drag in the rank and file of the volunteers. And indeed, that actually was Connolly's plan. Set the ball rolling and let everyone else come in. That would upset the meticulous planning and timing that Clark and McDermott were engaged in. And Connolly is apparently, at the end of 1915 and early 1916, determined to act.
The war in Europe has brought about a crisis which may contain, as yet hidden within it, the moment that generations have been waiting for. Remember, England's difficulty is Ireland's opportunity!
Bhí Connolly ag gira rudi cinnta dhéanamh ach bachas chomh féin nach raibh rám eile in áiríre go leor na poblachtóirí seo bhí siad a caint ach ní raibh siad ag gira dhéanamh. Agus bhíodh sé rá go minic go hoscailte go mbeadh an tarm cahra sásta troid as the péin fiú mar amach aon eile sásta leis cé nach raibh ach beidir gá chéad ball ag an arm.
Mr. Connolly. Mr. Pearce. England's difficulty is Ireland's opportunity. Isn't it about time you got yourselves a new slogan?
I'll bear that in mind when I'm writing my next speech. James, there's a commemoration in Bodenstown in a month's time for Wolftown. Will you be in attendance?
When are you fellas going to stop blathering on about dead Fenians and talk about live ones instead?
By the winter of 1915, James Connolly's mind was set on revolution. He was determined to lead the citizen army out and to strike a blow against the British Empire, a move which would have preempted the IRB's plans and destroyed any hope they had of staging their own rising. The IRB decided that Connolly would have to be taken care of.
They had to deal with Connolly. They either actually had to terminate him politically, or bring him on side.
On the 19th of January 1916, Connolly was stopped by two IRB men who had been ordered to bring him to meet the IRB Military Council. Connolly accompanied them to a brickworks in Dolphin's Barn, where Sean McDermott, Joseph Plunkett and Patrick Pearce were waiting for him.
Was the escort really necessary?
Have a seat.
James, there's been an awful lot of talk about you going out on your own with the Citizen Army.
Maybe there has. At least there's been some talk. About something. There's been no talk about what you're doing.
It's the way we like it. The date has been set. A rebellion will take place.
We have 5,000 men in Dublin and 5,000 in the provinces that are ready to rise at any moment. The German government are committed to a shipment of arms and ammunition. and potentially an expeditionary force in the event that our enterprise is successful.
And why would I, or the Citizen Army, have any interest in your cause?
We share similar aims, James.
Do we?
It's as simple as this. When we get closer to our goal, you will also get closer to yours.
If you're going to ask me to join with this and you're going to tell me that I'll be closer to my goals, what kind of guarantees can I expect?
Bheadh aine ag go nílach chuid gona daoine bhí pártach I lucht an éirimach. Bhí go leor go péis taú leis na haibre ní é tréide mar hampla bhí sin bail le cóisian lucht haibre. Bach sin arolalas aige. Ach san am céna bhíos aige nach sóisialaí bhíontub, nach raisiad gur a réamhlóid hóisialach mar bhí seisna gur a chuir bun le blianta.
I have every interest in this country being free, but I have far more interest in the citizens of this country owning and running this country.
You can own and run this country when it's free.
Dúirt Ó Conghaile, a pin in the hand of a child can pierce the heart of a giant. Dar leis, go nairóg leis na hÉireannig, éirí amach dhéanamh a gcuine na Sasnach, de chuireach sin tús le macálaí fuad an domhain, I measc na cosfuintear is asna ach I measc na nini colínathe san Afric agus san Áis. Ní bháin go raibh a chur son I ddíra féin, ach go raibh ag chur son bochtain an domhain, the wretched of the earth mar dearfaí. So is dócha gur an jaall cúisnat an tais sin, a ghlach Ó Conghaile part in san éirí amach.
From January 1916 onwards, Connolly is on board. Citizen Army and the Irish Volunteers are together, and to formalise that arrangement, Connolly is appointed onto the military council.
By the time James Connolly joined the military council, a date for the rising had been set. Easter Sunday, the 23rd of April 1916. Liberty Hall now became a centre of revolutionary activity and was guarded around the clock by members of the Citizen Army. But although Connolly had committed his forces to the Republican cause, he had not abandoned his socialist principles.
However it may be for others, for us in the Citizen Army there is but one ideal. An Ireland owned and ruled by Irish men and Irish women. The Citizen Army will only cooperate in a forward movement. And the moment that that movement ceases to be, we reserve the right to step out of alignment. The odds against us may be 1,000 to 1. But if we should win, hold on to your rifles. The volunteers may have a different goal. But remember, our goal is not just political liberty, but economic liberty as well. So, hold on to your rifles.
It was in Liberty Hall on Easter Sunday that the proclamation of the Irish Republic was printed. It was produced in the worn-out printing press James Connolly used to publish the Workers' Republic by 3 members of the Citizen Army: Michael Malloy, William O'Brien and Christopher Brady.
So when I was done printing the proclamations, Commandant Connolly came in and said, "Are you finished, Chris?" "Yes," said Commandant. Well, says he, tied them up in 2 parcels, 12.50 in each parcel. Well, then when they were cleared away and the machine was cleared, the printing, Countess Marker was admitted in. She came in a violent temper. She threw a telegram on the board of the machine. Commandant, she read that. So whatever was in it, I could not say, but she was in a raging temper. One thing I did hear was, says Commandant James, "I'll shoot McNeil."
What has he done? What has that son of a bitch McNeil done?
See for yourself.
Owing to the very critical situation, all orders given to the Irish Volunteers for tomorrow, Easter Sunday, are hereby rescinded, and no parades, marches, or other movements of Irish volunteers will take place. Each individual volunteer will obey this order strictly in every particular.
The same countermand has been sent out to every volunteer circle in the country. We'll be lucky to have 100 men turn up.
We bhí plán an éiríamach bra Owen McNeil an fear bhí ganas go hefigiúil na hóglaí. Ní ra sé an pártach in ulbó an éiríamach ach bhí sóla go ghlacha sé leis nuair a chonach sé go raibh sé go tarló. Ach faoi dhearan seachtain da bhí sé soléir go gcuir sé an éiríamach agus chuir sé ordómach a d'ailte sé na nóchtán a rá leis na hóglaí go raibh cholathirt chuir ar ceall. Tháinig an costa míle í chéile agus bhí pléile déanaach ar chearchób a go raí ar chearchób an rud a chuir ar ceall nó é chuir ar athló. Bhil a chuid is mó go a chearchób leannacht a raí ach lá níos fuide agus mar sin thocra siad gomach an tairíamachán cé go raibh bhád níos ló daine ag go bléin éiríamach ach gomach sé a tarlú lá níos dearnaí lúan casca seachas dónach casca.
Right. Want everybody out. This building has been commandeered in the name of the Irish Republic.
We're seizing this building in the name of the
Everybody out
Irish
now.
Republic! Everybody out!
Come on! Out!
Bhí Connolly mar cheannasaí orsaí na poblachta imlá lia. Rud a dá go raibh sé mór an gceannas ar na éiríamach ar fad mar is beag go hála teimbeag an phríomhchathair. Bhí tuiscint aige ar chórsaí míleta, bhí sé an áardú thiúirta chuoine, bhí sé héin a ghulamach agus a rís buin cuid chun bheas a bhíag daine éir, seo duine bhí sásta ghuligan tuairt é héin mar sin ba cheart meas a bheith ar an tóra bhí aige agus lecha leis a tróra thug sé dúirt an pírsach arnó go bheith sin insin tróirithe an éiríamach.
It seems that Connolly initially thought that it would be possible to stage a successful rising, one that would have a lasting impact and would spread across the country. However, in the days before the Easter Rebellion, he began to understand that the plan had gone slightly astray, that the guns weren't arriving and the mobilisation wasn't going to happen to the extent that it was meant to. And it seems that when he marched out on Easter Monday, he was aware that the rising was doomed to failure. He certainly said as much, it seems, to William O'Brien. But he probably maintained the belief that it would kick off something larger.
Dúirt an Cnílach leis an bírsach, for us to strike is to win. Balór an gníomh a dhéanamh, le go ndenfaí Irish Air, san Ind, san Africa agus mar sin de. Nár gá ach an tíomhá sin a chur fáil. Ach is dócha beidir gur cheapadar go mbeadh tacaíocht le fáil agus go méidir sin an poblacht a ógart agus a chuineáil beo níos fuidir ná seachtain amháin.
I would expect the British to launch assaults here and here. So if we place barricades here and here in Abbey Street...
Lancers are coming, sir.
Fire, hold your fire. Do not fire until I give the command. You hear me? Let them gallop the full into the building. Wait for my order to shoot.
Now's our chance. They won't know what hit them.
Cease fire! Cease fire! They're retreating, sir. They're retreating.
Connolly as commandant on the Tuesday does something very significant. He begins to reinforce various locations in O'Connell Street that had not been occupied.
I've posted men at the Imperial Hotel. They're going to defend it there to the last. What's this?
The hopes of Monday that a nationwide revolt might have happened, they are gone. When he reinforces these locations around the General Post Office, I think by the Tuesday he's accepting a British counterattack is coming and they're going to be blasted out of the GPO.
There's reports that they may have taken the top end of Sackville Street. As far as we know, there's possibly a gun on the roof of the rotunda.
Well, we must maintain positions here until reinforcements arrive.
But we have to formulate a plan based on the fact that we may be here for quite a lot longer than we thought. We can withstand a frontal assault, but we have to formulate a new strategy. Men, hit your posts! Hold your posts steady!
Is cosol gore chuir sé iontas nuair hasa arm na Breataine a caitheadh slug an leo, bhí sé níor sé súl lei sin. B'éidir go raibh sé súl go dtugad isteach agus go méid is páirteacha i drodaíoch láimhe ach seacha sin thocra siad bómí a chaithe agus an chaithe a chuir trí hinne charíre.
Men, take your positions! Hold fast!
Nuair a tháinig an déardaoin chuaigh sé féin amach, bheas sé faoin amsan gur chóir fuirgantí eile a gháil in aca láimhe agus chuaigh sé féin amach chun ifig an Irish Independent a gháil, ráha anhamúil, tuis chun Shannonitis idir é féin, agus uinéir an Independent, William Martin Murphy. Ach is san achtar sin a gortaíodh go donna é bhfuil ricochet a ruitín agus dhéon sé andamáiste dá agus bhí sé go mór I béin as a hamach.
I've got to walk at it!
An gartó a fuair sé rith an éirí meach bhí sé an donna brisibh a rútíín fad agus bhí pean óásach a folinteige. Bhí dochtar óháin in áda fi go fast a rinne a dhíhil leis a méid a bhí aige leis a bíon sin a bhéló ach fós bhí pean óásach go nílach.
Is to go to the farm courts. If we get as far as Birch Street, then we'll be fine.
Right, we start evacuations in an hour. We're staying for one more hour. One final stand.
Despite his injury, Connolly refused to leave with the wounded. And when the rebels were forced to evacuate the building on Friday, he was amongst the last to leave, borne on a stretcher and shielded from the bullets by members of the citizen army. When the decision came to surrender on the following day, the order was countersigned by Connolly.
Connolly was actually eventually brought to Dublin Castle for treatment of his injuries. There he was also court-martialed and sentenced to death to be executed on the 12th of May. His wife and his daughter, Lily and Nora, actually visited James in Dublin Castle before his execution.
Tonight, I slept for the first time in weeks. And I was woken at 11 and told that I'd be shot at dawn. Please, Lily, don't cry. You'll unman me.
Oh, James, your beautiful life.
But hasn't it been a full life, Lily? And isn't this a good end? Don't cry, Lily. Don't cry, no.
Dad talked about little things. He was trying to plan our life for after he was gone, and then they told us time was up and we'd have to go. He was to be shot at dawn, you see. So Mum, we couldn't get Mum away from the bed. The nurse had to come finally and help her away. And I went to the door, and then I went back to him. That was the last I saw him.
Shemole mogilama Shemo heiser gilama Sunna shein ni vurvas
Ireland without its people is nothing to me. And the man who is bubbling over with love and enthusiasm for Ireland and can pass unmoved through our streets and witness all the wrong and suffering, the shame and degradation wrought upon the people of Ireland, aye, wrought by Irish men upon Irish men and women, and without burning to end it, is, in my opinion, a fraud and a liar in his heart.
As soon as we got into the GPO, the front part of the building there, someone procured a mattress, and I asked my father who this man was. I thought he was rather out of place, lying down on a mattress in the middle of a revolution. I didn't think that he was much of a leader. And I remember his remark, it was very striking. He said, "That's Joe Plunkett, and he has more courage in his little finger than all the other leaders combined."
On Monday morning, the 24th of April 1916, Joseph Plunkett got up from his sick bed to take part in the Easter Rising. Although his doctors had said he had only weeks to live, he was determined to take his place alongside the rebels in the GPO and strike a blow for his country's freedom.
Gentlemen, the first time since Moscow, a European city is aflame.
Joseph Mary Plunkett was born in November 1887 at number 26 Upper Fitzwilliam Street, in one of Dublin City's most affluent neighbourhoods. Both his parents came from wealthy backgrounds, and his father had been made a papal count. But despite being born into a life of privilege, young Joe Plunkett did not have an easy childhood.
Nuair bhí Plunkett óg fórthas meach go raibh etsin agus dag sé seo scáil a híal garíre bhí feibhní ag leis netsin go deire. An ósar sin bhí bailach an eisteach ag go bháthair. Ní ra siise sásta raidiúns go raibh a chláinte chodonna agus a bhí agus seachas cóirlaíis chearta áilthó. Bhíodh sí pléile rudí eile a fáil daoine le obradaí amatéireacha a dhéanamh agus go minic dhéanamh sé seo níos mó dochar chó ná leas. Ach nuair a bhíodh sé tín, ní raibh sé díomhaoin léoch sé an túfás. Bhí spéise gursaí radio, gursaí gríonchreafadóireachta, seo technoliacht bhí nó ag an am, agus nuair a bhí sé tín, hapa sé an deis le ólas a chuir orm.
The Plunkett family grew up with a strong sense of Irish nationalism, and Joe Plunkett took an active part in the cultural revival sweeping through Ireland at the turn of the 20th century. He began learning Irish, and to improve his language skills, he placed an ad in a paper in early 1909 looking for an Irish teacher.
Good evening. I'm here about the ad in the newspaper.
Joseph Plunkett.
Tomás MacDonagh.
Wonderful. Come in, it's wet.
The two of them just absolutely hit it off. Joe and Tomás MacDonagh became very close friends. They argued, they agreed ferociously with each other, they debated things endlessly, and one of the essential things I think about Joe and MacDonagh and their friends is that they were 20th century, they weren't 19th century people, and their interest was in modernism, in modern art, in Chekhov and Ibsen, and people who really represented something that you would associate with the 20th century and not with the 19th century.
And I believe that that's how you'll get to the heart of the language. Críomatanga. That's how you'll uncover the idiom of any language.
Absolutely. I mean, yes, open up. I mean, without being too grandiose, I mean, our souls as Irish people, the soul of the Irish nation.
Is tógad gur hiagna daoine sin gur bhuineidir le glúin speisialta. Na daoine a bhí beidir 8 mbliana déag I 1900 nuair a casú le casa na híise. Agus hiagadidir dá réir gur raibh tábhacht himbalach acu, margaoine óga, agus margaoine a bhí a smuoinmh thuchaí na tíre an aimseir a bhí roing. Mar a Luigan Pearsach, the house that I built in my heart, the noble house of my thought, what if millions unborn shall dwell in that? Sin an cheist a chur Joyce Choma, ag dera portrait of the artist, a failseach an éideach séideach. I go to create in the smithy of my soul the uncreated conscience of my race. Tá sé le déanamh go fóil, tá an gníomh fós le chur grí. Tá an tuiscin sin ag Plunkett Choma go bhfuil an seanaimseachas agus an nua-aimseachas fitte fuaite tríd. Lé mé a leabhréicint an cathbhaimsere bhí aige ná roller skating, agus gur bhuaigh sé dúis I dúisgurt na Hafrica mar roller skater. Tá sé damananta spéisiúil go mé fearr den tais sin a ghlach apát san éirí amach tamil de bhliaint in a year.
I would have to admit it's the poetry that drew me in, the Irish poetry.
Well, I have to confess I have a great interest in poetry myself, I must say.
With the help and guidance of his new friend Tomás MacDonagh, already an established poet, Plunkett published his first collection of poetry in 1912 under the title The Circle and the Sword. Both men also worked together on the Irish Review, a literary journal that Plunkett took over the following year. Contributors to the Irish Review included Roger Casement, Owen McNeill, and Patrick Pearse. Over the next year, the Irish Review became increasingly militant, as nationalists like Plunkett and Pearse grew disillusioned with the constitutional politics of the Irish Parliamentary Party and their platform of Home Rule.
The major concern of the Irish Parliamentary Party had been Home Rule and still was Home Rule. And the Irish Parliamentary Party, I think it's fair to say, struggles to a degree with the emerging cultural nationalism of the late 19th and the early 20th century. It was very easy for them to build a platform around the Home Rule question and around the land question, but the slogan of land for all was not as potent or powerful in the second decade of the 20th century because a lot of these questions had been solved or nearly solved. And it is a party that gets lazy to a certain extent. It's a party that perhaps doesn't appreciate the degree to which the political current is shifting somewhat, that there's much more of an emphasis on what's happening outside of Parliament.
There's a concessionary element in the Irish Party all the time, and a lot of the concessions are a bridge too far. They're prepared to give in on all kinds of elements. So when the Home Rule Act, when it's published, there's tremendous excitement about it as being the end of a campaign. But MacDonagh and Joe and their friends, these people all were able to actually read the Act and could see that it was almost demeaning in the level of its powers given to Ireland. There was no power over tax, over customs and excise, none over the army, none over the police. There wasn't any sense of being more than subjects, and colonial subjects at that. There was that feeling in the air, a sort of an acceptance that something will have to be done.
Hussars, cannon, infantry, cavalry. So, boys, the infamous charge of the Light Brigade, led by Raglan, supported by the 4th Royal Irish and 6th Enniskillen Dragoons, up over the brow, into the mouth of the cannon. Complete slaughter, utter annihilation.
In Joe Plunkett's house at number 17 Marlborough Road, there was an entire room dedicated to the game Little Wars, a military strategy game devised by H.G. Wells, based on famous battles from history. Plunkett used to spend hours playing the game with whoever he could rope in, most usually his younger brothers, Jack and George.
Cé gur clifa bhí an agus gur mar thógra a rinne sé dé, chuir sé an spéisián agus mar chuid gan na scileannaí a dárbroch sé is na clifi seo. Bhí bainteach le cuasaí míleata in áíre, rinne sé staidir ar chahannaí a tharla i rinne na staire. Chuir sé ólas ar an gaí a bhaimóch aram agus saidirí. Agus sin gur chuid na clifi sin leis an ólas a bhí aige ar chuasaí míleata in áíre Alberts.
Disaster. Such is war.
Ogli na Heron, you have signed up to defend your homeland.
When the volunteer movement started, there was a huge response to it, and Joe simply saw a notice, and Owen MacNeill's name was on it, and he was living in Marlborough Road. He went down to Herbert Park, where Owen MacNeill lived, and asked him, would there be any point in him going to the meeting? That was sort of the level that he regarded himself, that he wasn't sure if he would be of any use. And MacNeill was very kind to him and encouraged him to come along. And Joe found himself on a couple of committees straight away.
Hartar an am céanna reis sé páirteachs na hóglaí, nó beagán in dhé, annig sé isteach imráthachas na poblachta, mar hiag sé faoin am sin gur níos mó a teastáil ná forsa óglach go gachach daoine agro le gríam na breataine ar éireann a bhrise. Agus tugad é isteach ar agosta míleata a bhuna imráthachas I dós an choga, agus an córam a bhí ar agosta sin féchant ceir a béidir a dhéanna le éiríamach a thuair sa crí. Bhí sé ar agosta sin in éonsaí le Pádraig Mac Piairse agus Éamonn Cant.
All 3 members of the military council had been handpicked by Tom Clarke and Sean McDermott, the 2 men who for a number of years had been stealthily steering the IRB and the volunteers towards a rising.
Clarke and McDermott had a very great respect for Plunkett as a military planner. He was steeped in knowledge of Irish history and Irish military warfare, and his input into the actual plans for the rising were very substantial indeed.
Plunkett's plans for the rising revolved around utilising the volunteers as a revolutionary sword. But he knew that without weapons and experienced officers, they would never be a match for the might of the British Empire. However, with Europe on the brink of war, There was no shortage of supplies on the continent, and England's difficulty might just prove to be Ireland's opportunity. In the summer of 1914, Joe Plunkett moved out to Larkfield, an extensive estate owned by his family in Kimmage, a few miles west of Dublin City. Larkfield quickly became a hub of revolutionary activities.
Living in the house in Larkfield was one of those elements which was crucial to the volunteers and to the rising, because Larkfield filled up after the war began with the men from particularly Liverpool who had been trying to avoid conscription in England, and they came over gradually looking for places, and they stayed. They lived in the barn in Larkfield, and known by the Plunketts as the Liverpool Lambs.
Bhí tréáil ar siúl an sin le hír éiríach, bhí gunnaí gá stóráil an sin, bhí armlón gá dhéan an sin.
Ready? Aim! Fire!
Although the Irish volunteers succeeded in landing 900 rifles at Howth and 600 rifles at Kilcoole in July 1914, they were still desperately short of weapons. So with the nations of Europe readying for war, it was decided to look to the continent for support.
Tharla go raibh cogadh ar siúl idir an bhreatain agus a dhearmán, bhí lucht an éirí amach is súl go bhéidir cóna go cheannála cinnt áil ón dhearmán, agus chua Plunketán a ghearradh na Gearmánaí arm a thuairscóp le an éirí amach. Chua seisianán mar bheadh an chosalacht gur nach ránach duine tíine a bhí a ghul ar an móraín ar bhhail na hláinse.
Dag sé éireann ar lála páric 1915 agus bhí ar teistil tre hasanna go dtí Páras ar réan síos go dtí San Sebastián sa Spáin, trasna go dtí Barcelona, an son bád go dtí an Idáil go Genoa, suas go dtí Lausanne agus Bern san Elevés, agus tá gacham ar an scéil gur san in Bern a bhí sais ceann ceathrú ag rialtas na Gearmáine maidir le daoine scoil isteach sa tír, mar is an sonna fuair Plunkett Pass. Nuair a threis sé Berlin, chuir sé láithreach an Casement a lorug.
Roger Casement was the son of Ulster Protestants from County Antrim who had spent years in the British Consular Service, where he distinguished himself through his work on behalf of the indigenous peoples of the Congo and Peru. On his return to Ireland, he had become committed to the nationalist movement, and at the outbreak of the First World War, he travelled to Berlin to seek support for Ireland's cause.
Chafa dearcha stairúil Casement a hiiscint le seo. De cheap sesin gur raibh an saoil ású as éireann ó aimseir an choncais beidir a dús bair ach fiú an san néo-céadéag. De chuir an garta mór agus teach go mór ar an méid daoine fuair bás an son. Agus an son an imirce leanar aig a sin go dtí dear an chéad. Agus níos táchtaí fós, bhí sé go mór a ghuiineh éarnig dalisteach an arm hasanna agus a fáil bháis ar son hasanna. Mar sin bheartaigh sé mátá héarnig le tríd, caitheasí tríd ar son na héireann. Agus is chothaíoch sin ar fad a bheartaigh sé dulgadí an Gearmáin agus cabhair na Gearmáine a lorug de chúis na héireann.
The military council didn't totally trust Casement, who in some respects was a loose cannon, who eventually exasperated everyone who came into contact, including the Germans themselves. Plunkett's agenda is not to form a team with Casement. To be friendly with Casement, yes, and pick up what news he has, but he's there as the representative of the military council and above all of Clark and McDermott.
Meine Herren, bitte hier warten. Herr Donnelly kommt gleich.
The Germans knew very little about Plunkett. Berlin was full of people from all over the British Empire, India and beyond, all promising, help us and we'll overthrow the British Empire. They couldn't know initially whether this man was just another one of these fantasists or whether he was serious.
To convince the Germans of the seriousness of their intentions, Plunkett and Casement composed a memorandum called the Ireland Report, outlining their plans for insurrection.
Well, chuir Plunkett agus Casement tuarascáil amach a chuir faoi bhráid rialtas na Gearmáine. Dhearing féin gur bheith Plunkett a scríomh an chuid is móda sin. Bhí ahantas Plunkett mar chuine smuoinnig chuirsaí míleata, ní dóilm go raibh an choramach sin Casement. Mar sin cheaping agus a rís na fíricí faoi arm na Breitna inéiring. Dhearing gur tháinig an chuid is móda sin ó Plunkett.
If I may raise 2 points. Firstly, that the British ports in Ireland will of course be of great advantage to the German Navy in the war effort. And secondly, and most importantly, the Irish people are ready in the event of German support in arms and men. We shall be victorious.
We now know from a document that he submitted to the German General Staff that his plans were for a nationwide rising in Ireland, backed by a German expeditionary force landing in the west of Ireland, landing possibly tens of thousands of German troops. If that had happened, there was a real possibility that a rising in Ireland could succeed.
We shall read your report with interest. Plunkett? Captain. Casement?
Nuair a dog Plunkett an Gearmáine dóilm gur a bhíon ó dearfach gealta dó ag na Gearmáine. Sé sin déistíidir lá de thugad isteach na thugad an túrisc agus bhíidir tacaíoch leibhéal generálta ach níor thugad aon moltaí cínte faoi cad dhéanadís. Dúirt na Dalnaí agus luitar an ráite seo, no revolution, no rifles. Mar sin bhíad na Gearmánaigh siad me fannach go dtí gur tháinig scéal cínte faoi éirí amach agus faoi gáta éirí amach.
Plunkett returned to Ireland in June 1915, and his reports of his dealings with the Germans gave fresh impetus to the Military Council's resolve. They intensified their preparations for the rising.
Yet to be decided, as are arms and locations and dates. So, how are my Liverpool lambs coming along?
Very well, actually. We've had a huge influx of conscripts over from London. Some of them very, very well trained, one of which I'd like you to meet. Michael! Michael, I'd like you to meet Joseph Plunkett.
Joseph Plunkett, Mick Collins.
Glad to meet you, Mick.
And you, Joseph. So what's with the hat? It's quite a dazzler. We all get one of them at the end of the day, do we?
First act of the provisional government, Michael.
I'm looking forward to it.
When Collins came back from England at the outbreak of the war, he went to his employers and he told them that he was going to join up. So they were very pleased with this and they gave him extra money. And he was joining up. He was joining up the Irish Volunteers and he gave them the money that he'd got. And he came back to Larchfield. That's where he would have become particularly attached to Joseph Plunkett.
Well, how are we getting on?
Oh, we're getting there. Slowly, but we're getting there.
Good, good. So, Joseph, this is our munitions factory. As you can see, the explosives are basic, but we hope very effective.
No, hopefully about it. Blew up half a Wicklow with one earlier.
Joe made him his aide-de-camp within a very short time. And he did go back to England just to settle his affairs. I think he went back either just before or just after Christmas of 1915. But he came back again then permanently to, as he told his employers in London, that he had a sick relative that he had to do something for. This was a Miss Kathleen Nihulihan.
So, Michael, any thoughts on our two wireless operators?
Aye, Kelly and Keating. The very men.
Joe was mad about wireless all the time. I think he could see the potential, and he was convinced that its main function in terms of the rising would be to get word of the rising out to the international community.
Slán.
Slán.
The IRB, through its sister organisation in the United States, Clan na Gael, had a disproportionate amount of influence for any Irish, indeed any international body. The Clan was in a position to influence the political tenor of the rising voting bloc of Irish Americans. And as such, the IRB recognised that a significant sustained armed protest in the second city of the British Empire, an Irish city, in the midst of the Great War, with all the Anglo-American diplomacy very, very current, would achieve a significant objective of the Irish Republicans, which is to pressurise the American political establishment, which is not a pipe dream, into recognising a declared Irish Republic.
Joe Plunkett travelled to the US in September 1915 to update John Devoy and Clan na Gael on the German situation. Devoy acted as the military council's liaison with Berlin, and it was through Devoy that the Germans learned that a date had been set for the rising. Easter Sunday, the 23rd of April, 1916.
Which reminds me of the day I received a letter from W.B. Yeats.
Yeats?
Absolutely, I was very excited. I sat in my...
Easter Sunday was going to be a busy day for Joe Plunkett in more ways than one. On his return from America, he had become engaged to Grace Gifford, and they had arranged to be married on that Sunday morning, just a few hours before the rising was set to begin.
Joe must have met Grace at least in 1910 or thereabouts, when he met the various other Giffords. They had never had a romantic involvement, and then suddenly, as these things happen, they took up with each other and became engaged within a few weeks. They got engaged on I think it was the 2nd of December of 1915, and it was an absolute whirlwind.
Well, we were sitting around reading in Larkfield, and Joe strode into the room in great humour and said, "I'm going to marry Grace Gifford." So this was, of course, a bombshell. And nobody had known that they took that much interest in each other. So my father was very solemn. And everybody else was very dumbfounded. And when my father was solemn over the fact that Joe was a sick man, but Joe told my father that he was all right, that he was cured, or words to that effect, that he was much better.
In anum patre, et filii, et spiritus sanctus.
On the 7th of April 1916, Grace Gifford was baptised into the Catholic faith. Joe Plunkett had to check himself out of a nursing home on Mountjoy Square to attend the ceremony.
Beidir nor hiig sé go thomlan cé chotíine sa bhí sé. Bhí an bualan nach marach sé cho fada leis semánis, coppla seachtain rih an éirí amach, bégan go chul faoi scían, mar bhí an etsin a chul in nonacht, agus hial an mánlí a rion obrad nach marach sé caiicí seile, mar sin bhí sé harbheith sín nuair a harla an taidí amach.
Despite his ill health, Plunkett kept working with the military council in the weeks leading up to the rising, with meetings often being held at his bedside. One of the final obstacles that needed to be overcome was to convince Owen MacNeill, the head of the volunteers, to back the planned rising. MacNeill had already made it clear that he would only support an insurrection under certain conditions. So, in the week before the rising, steps were taken to convince MacNeill that the conditions were right.
Bhí duine ag obair i Guslan bhla clia a bhí bailiúil le lucht an éirí amach le brárachas na poblachta, agus d'éire le siúd ólas a thuirs thucab faoin na ré na hódarás a beartú a dhéanna.
Joe was delighted that they had a spy in the castle. The spy was Eugene Smith, but he thought he was being watched at one stage, so he brought out what he had to the contact. Now, the contact would probably have been Sean McDermott's, one of his people, because he ran the whole sort of spy network. And he brought it out and gave him the information, which was basically about raids and seizures and imprisonments of all the major people in the volunteers.
Rinne Plunkett na smuointe seo na plananí seo a thuirs de chéile agus d'fhaigse sé cápéis a léaró céir de bhí a gceiste ag na húdarás a dhéanna.
all members of the Sinn Féin National Council, the Central Executive, General Council and County Board of the Irish Sinn Féin Volunteers, Executive Committee of the National Volunteers and Costa Gnoa Committee of the Gaelic League are to be arrested.
Tá conspóid ó hinna le faoin gápéis sin cecho fír sa bhí sé cén bonús a bhí leis. Is cosúil go raibh bonús leis nach cápéis an héana bhí an ach bailúchan chud smuointe éagsúil a bhí luchta choiste an na phlé, smuointe a rith leob. Beidir nach rudaí a bhí sé geisteach a bhí dhéanana ach rudaí a reisi de plé, rudaí a béidir a dhéanana i ggóhéigs na éagsúla. Ach nuair a fáilte an chápéis sin, chuir sé uhaas a go leor daoine. Agus chuide sé le inta na daoine an olbhó písa eile le haon éirí meach a bhí le tarlú go gorid in sin.
The following premises are to be occupied by the adequate forces: Liberty Hall, 6 Harcourt Street, 2 Dawson Street, 25 and 40.
The document also had the desired effect on Owen MacNeill, and the military council informed him of their plans. When he learned that a shipment of arms from Germany was due to arrive over the weekend, he gave his backing to the rising. The military council's hopes now depended on the fortunes of a small ship named the Odd, that for the past 3 weeks had been sailing through enemy waters on its way from Germany to Tralee Bay.
Tháinig scéal ó John de Bhaig í an Cearmáin go raibh dáta leaghamach éiríach ag an cháisc néidir séideag. Agus a chuirdar ganíocht, a chuirdar bhd níos lú ná mar íróg ag de bhaid agus ag na héirnig. Agus níor chuirdar réon efigig agus níor chuirdar réon artillery. Bhí meascán ann faoin na dátaí chumá agus ní raibh na hóglaigh géirí ar fáil nuair a tháinig an áid isteach agus ní éasca sí fannach timpeall ráda mar bhí báid bhí ling sasnachas sa chóirsannacht. D'imime sí macharíos agus gágaí agus tóga go corcaí agus ar an slí de chur an captain go tón puilí anas nach bhaoch na Breatanig na Haram.
The plans drawn up for the 1916 rising depended on the arrival of a shipment of German guns and ammunition. But when the Odd was sunk off the Kerry coast 3 days before the rising, any hopes the rebels had of victory were also lost. When Owen MacNeill heard the news, he immediately sent out a countermand to every volunteer unit in the country, ordering them to cancel any planned manoeuvres.
So that's it. We can't go ahead now, can we?
Tomas, it's now or never. Casement is in custody. Sooner or later, they're going to round up the rest of us. All this means is that we have to delay the rising for 24 hours and issue fresh orders to clear up the confusion.
Confusion? And you want to issue more orders on top of these ones? No wonder the English think we're amateurs and fools.
And what about the rest of the country? Are we supposed to leave them to face the might of the British Empire with only pikes and flaming sods of turf?
The volunteers will fight with sticks and stones that they have to.
Tomas, even without the German arms, we must act now. The men are ready, and if we can hold out long enough for word to reach Germany, they may send a force to support.
The Germans were never going to win this for us. When we go into fight, we fight alone.
Exactly. The men are ready.
At an emergency meeting held on the morning of Easter Sunday, the military council debated over whether or not to postpone the action. Finally, they voted to put the operation on hold for 24 hours. In all the confusion, Joe Plunkett's wedding plans had been forgotten. He was to have married Grace Gifford that morning, but the wedding was now also put on hold.
Hiding out in the mountains. Hiding. Won't be hiding in left. It's joining up with men.
Come in.
Sorry.
Car's ready.
Captain Collins.
Sir. So, how's the health?
Good.
Good. Well.
Thanks, Michael.
Sir.
Mick Collins, of course, was minding him all this time, and he was brought by Collins down to Liberty Hall where they were assembling. And when they set off from there to go up Abbey Street, this would be about noon on the Monday, on Easter Monday, he now had his sabre, and again this was a kind of flamboyant gesture that he was known for.
Check the top floor, see who's up there.
This building has been commandeered in the name of the Irish Republic.
We're seizing this building in the name of the Irish Republic. Everybody out!
My most vivid recollection, I think, was the appearance of Joe Plunkett. I hadn't known who he was. I hadn't seen him before this time, and he was gorgeously apparelled in a uniform, and he had a very long sword, and he had a white scarf round, a white silk scarf round his throat. He had just, of course, recovered from an operation.
Bhí cuma antíine agus go leor daoine bhí páirteach na éireamach. Thug siad sin faoi deara. A chaáineoin sin deireadh leis rions rudaí dhéanna I ruthe na éireamach, agus bhí sé brás ásta go raibh an taidreamach tarlaí, agus tá sé ráta go leor daoine gur thug sé spridzchó go raibh sé iste gréileán na trod a leob chuid sé leo go mór.
Joe set himself up as a sort of field marshal. He had actually managed to acquire a British Army field notebook, which has various entries and lots of torn out pages where presumably messages were sent to various stands around the city.
Easter Monday, 1916. GPO occupied in the name of the Republic, shortly after noon, about 12:15 p.m. Republic proclaimed. About 1 hour later, a detachment of enemy lancers attempted to rush O'Connell Street. They were opposed at the Parnell statue. A small number, described as about 20, succeeded in advancing as far as the GPO. But on our opening fire, they retired in confusion, leaving a few casualties.
Officer Kelly, I want you and your group to occupy the Dublin Wireless School on the other side of O'Connell Street. You can set up this transmission from there, here. Send out this message and keep sending it. Irish Republic declared in Dublin, Pearse first president, Dublin firmly held, and all British attacks have been repulsed.
Yes, sir.
Fergus Kelly stayed there for days, tapping out the word "Rising in Dublin, Republic declared." And what happened was it was picked up by a tramp steamer in the Atlantic who took the word to America, and that's how the word got out.
When the rising began, it is extremely important to note that the GPO was chosen as the headquarters. There are those who have said, from a military point of view, the building was not defendable. However, the salient issue is that it was the centre of the telegraphy system in Ireland. And before the system was wrecked to deny its use to the British, the text of the 1916 proclamation and probably other political declarations were broadcast specifically to the United States.
Well, the reports from the outlying defences would seem that they're holding. Devil Air and Boland's Mills, South Dublin Union, it's holding. The City Hall, well, we're still trying to get reinforcements there, but I'm confident we'll manage it.
Many of the devolved garrisons were chosen with one view only, to delay the approach of British military. Hence the attacks on the rail lines, hence the barricading of the arterial roads into Dublin on the north side, hence the establishment of a garrison in the South Dublin Union and the forecourts to impede the progress of various British forces located in the satellite barracks around Dublin, and was always a heavily garrisoned capital city, from getting into the centre of their communications. If they could buy time for 3, 4, 5, 6 days, they believed there was every chance they would receive the political recognition they desired.
The men on the roof have said the Irish Times building has gone up, and the whole street might go up soon.
And we've already lost Amy Street, Dame Street, Trade.
Look at that fire. That's coming down the street. How are we going to protect the building?
We'll be fine, we'll be fine. We'll be able to hold out a strong assault, believe me. But that kind of shelling just can't go on.
Gentlemen, we may be able to withhold an assault on the building, but I think it's time for the women and the boys to go. I think it's just...
By Thursday of Easter week, it was clear that the country had not risen in support of the rebellion as hoped. The British forces were now concentrating their fire on the rebels' headquarters at the GPO, and by Thursday night, O'Connell Street was aflame.
Joe was very weak, I think, at this stage, but he managed to get through the week, but he was lying on a bed at various stages, and again, some of the men, it was actually Connolly's son said, who's the man, you know, lying down and wearing all the jewellery, and Connolly said, that's Joe Plunkett, and he has more courage in his little finger than all the rest of us put together, or words to that effect.
By Friday, the fires had a firm grip on the GPO, and the rebels were forced to abandon it that evening. They made their way as far as Moore Street, where the following morning, the leaders took the decision to surrender. Shortly afterward, Joe Plunkett wrote what he thought would be his last letter.
Saturday, April 29th, 1916. Somewhere in Moore Street. My darling Grace, this is just a little note to say I love you, and to tell you that I did everything I could to arrange for us to meet and get married, but that it was impossible. Except for that, I have no regrets. We'll meet soon. My other actions have been as right as I could see and make them, and I cannot wish them undone. You, at any rate, will not misjudge them. Give my love to my people and friends. I wish we were together. Love me always as I love you. Joe.
Joseph and Grace were engaged since December of 1915, and he was actually in the background trying to arrange that they could be married. You do see that certainly in one or two of his early letters. He is determined that they are married, and a number of hours literally before his execution, we believe it was 8 o'clock on the 3rd of May, 8 p.m. that Grace was brought to Kilmainham Jail, and they married in the Catholic chapel in Kilmainham Jail. There was no family or friends, obviously, in the chapel. The only witnesses were British soldiers with fixed bayonets.
Joseph Mary, vis shipere, ik presentem, in term...
'Twas down by the glenside I met an old woman. She was picking young nettles, and she scarce saw me coming.
It was highly irregular that in the aftermath of a rebellion that someone would be permitted to marry. I mean, he was already being sentenced to death. It was actually the man who was running the prison at the time, a man by the name of Lennon. It's his decision, and I know that having discussed it with other people, and I know that a man by the name of Paul Turnell in England has done considerable research into Lennon, and his conclusion is that Lennon must have been aware that Grace was pregnant, and that because of the laws of illegitimacy that he was protecting not only this woman but also her unborn child.
I listened and
Sua sponso tenis,
song
per
she
Christum Dominum
was
nostrum.
humming.
Amen.
Glorio, Glorio to the bold Fenian man.
Rougher than death, the road I choose. Yet shall my feet not walk astray. Though dark, my way I shall not lose, for this way is the darkest way. Now have I chosen in the dark, the desolate way to walk alone, yet strive to keep alive one spark of your known grace and grace unknown.
Some died on the glen side, some died near a stranger, and wise men have told us that their cause was a failure. They fought for old Ireland, and they never feared danger. Glorio, Glorio to the bold Fenian man.
And when I leave you, lest my love should seal your spirit's ark with clay, spread your bright wings, O shining dove. But my way is the darkest way.
Take off the blindfolds. Back to your posts. What news?
The members of the provisional government present at headquarters have agreed to an unconditional surrender.
The surrender order from General Pierce carries no weight. He's in custody and was not a free man when he wrote this.
I will not accept orders from a prisoner.
With both General Pierce and Commandant Connolly under arrest, I am the next in command, and as such, the role of Commandant-in-Chief now devolves to me. Nobody else has any right to issue orders or enter into negotiations. I've nothing to say to this.
until I confer with General Lowe, the members of the Provisional Government, and the officers under my command. Give them that message. Lads, blindfolds.
I suppose the most interesting thing to say about Thomas MacDonagh is the interesting analogy between himself and Patrick Pearse, in that both of them had an English parent. As we know, Patrick Pearse had an English father, James Pearse, and Thomas MacDonagh had an English mother. Her name was Mary Burroughs Parker. That was her maiden name. She married Joseph MacDonagh in 1868. And we can say this is the kind of grit of sand in the oyster of identity in a way for both of these men. They both, from a very early age on, at the height of the Irish revival, had to ask themselves that very key question: who am I? What is it to be Irish, given this mixed background?
Tomás MacDonagh was born in Cloughjordan, County Tipperary, on the 1st of February 1878. He grew up in a household full of music, poetry and learning, and he was instilled with a love of both English and Irish culture from a young age.
Bhúntóirí a hismóirí Berts agus mariala sin bhían bhéimir idzachas ina winter. Chó sé héna coloiste charige tobar agus bhí garam chrábe go bhí sólaige a bheith na hagart nó na bhráthir agus cha sé blianta I gol chun garam sin ach héis cúpla bíon hic sé nach féadach sé an saoil sin a dhéanamh agus d'éire seas.
He abandoned a vocation for the priesthood, which at that stage in Irish life and Irish culture, remember, deeply pietistic Catholic culture, was quite a traumatic thing to do. With this came the stigma of being a spoiled priest, for instance. And very soon after, he published his first book of poems, Through the Ivory Gate, in 1902. So his major ambition was to be a poet and to become recognised as one of the great Irish poets in English of his era. Certainly a poet following in the footsteps of Yeats, to whom he dedicated his first book of poems in 1902. And Yeats writes back to him and writes encouragingly to him, and in a very key way, in a way that MacDonagh took very much to heart. He urged him to translate from Irish.
Deep in my Irish heart I grieve that I know not to sing my lays in Irish tongue, that here no Gaelic harp before thy feet I place with trusting gladness.
Bhí MacDonagh na bhúntóirí géal chuine agus bhí cruinneó ag conar na gaidge ar maile agus chó sé héin ag go grinne se le cara agus bhí sólaach up ceap maga a dhéanamh an rud hiill si go mhór an spórtsa a bheith spacha faoin na gaidgeoirí seo ach nó a chó sé go grinneó nuair a chola sé méid a bhís de rá d'achtar sé go thomláin.
I had been the greatest West Briton in Ireland, but my conversion to the Irish Ireland creed was as startling as the conversion of St. Paul. It was my baptism in nationalism. The Gaelic League is the precursor of a great movement, having for its object an Irish Ireland based on a spirit of self-reliance and self-respect. The national language is the nation's soul.
It was the era of the Celtic Dawn, and you had all these consciousness of being Irish associations like the GAA, the Gaelic League. Probably the Gaelic League was the most potent of them all because it spread to every county and town in Ireland. And with the heightened consciousness of being Irish, you know, there went an opening to the possibility of adding to Irish history, which the IRB played on. They joined all these organisations and they rose to positions of influence in them because they were very dedicated organisers and they gave time to it. So that, you know, the 2 or 3 IRB people in a local group Those 2 or 3 might very well be the people who ran it and directed its policy. And that's how, as these organisations proliferated, the power of the IRB grew. And there was networking, and they met each other, and they formed friendships. Like MacDonagh, say, and Pearse. MacDonagh taught in Pearse's school, so that's probably where he rose in the ranks of the IRB, apart from any ability he had, because he wasn't noticeably a military figure.
Education should be about inspiring young minds. Theirs was about taming.
Pearse decided to set up St Enda's in Dublin, a bilingual school for boys. And MacDonagh was offered a position by Pearse as a teacher in the school, a teacher of English and French.
Come on, Hookley.
This was a great opportunity for MacDonagh to come to the place where he knew the centre of literary activity in Ireland was. Remember, his core ambition here was to be a poet, a reckonable poet within Ireland. And what he wanted to be was he wanted to have himself in a position where he could get to know Yeats better. The other thing was that about 1904, he'd begun to write this play called When the Dawn Has Come, his first play. And he had been in correspondence with the Abbey, and the Abbey basically agreed to produce his play in November in 1908.
The Abbey Theatre was founded in 1904 by W.B. Yeats and Lady Gregory, and it played a central role in the Irish literary revival during the early decades of the 20th century.
Is féidir a rágur bí sin an príomh instituid fré imperóil san tír seo fé cholínachas. Nor léireach Kathleen na Houlihan a scrí Yeats agus an Van Tierna Gregory. Dúirt P.S. O'Hegarty, it was a sort of sacrament. Dúirt an Countess Markovich, it was a kind of gospel. Ach, an náisiúnaí Stephen Gwynn, chuig session bháile agus dúirt, I went home asking myself if such plays should be produced unless people were willing to go out to shoot and be shot. Hiig sé táhacht an drama sin, agus nói in Yarabor nor bhí Yeats a Queen of Shear, the chuir sé an ceist féin, did that play of mine send out certain men the English shot. Cai sé gur an anig Junker ag na drámaí sin, ní bháinar an lucht féachana, ach na lads óga a ghlach páirt mar aistóirí ionta, mar bhí go leor acu ran fórteach in san éirí amach. An céad fear a lábhach in san éirí amach Sean Connolly ba aistóir in Arkland na Manistrach. So bhealach ní rá in Arkland na Manistrach ach cinál rehearsal don bhíorrod.
He has worked more than we others. He has thought of plans and we have adopted them. But he is a poet always and changes in mood.
Dahi, Anawa, má fear. Mar dúirt Hamlet, for though speak the speech I pray you as 'tis written. Diggin to lads. Mar Hamlet. But he is a poet always and changes moods, and is at times hard to understand. And he sees too many sides to every question. He thinks the very enemy's actions, all cruelties and tyrannies, can be defended in justice from their points of view. He is a philosopher, more than a simple fighter for a single cause. Ítach, Nish, Dahi, Janirocht, Uruwan, lads, good. Get ready for the dance and go on, good.
He has thought of plans and we have adopted them. Father John has called him the brains of our army, and he has thought for us all.
MacDonagh's play, When the Dawn Has Come, was staged at the Abbey Theatre in October 1908. It featured elements that would be mirrored on the streets of Dublin in a few years' time.
Sé an téamatá go dráma éirí amach a Harlians sa tóchaí in éireann. Agus tá an príomhcharachtar tá abhras ag daine mariall gur fille agus scríneó ré agus gomíonn sé I bringlósaí ag aislingíocht seachas a ghuilim an gníomh ach deire fáin daine amach go beisin an duine a dhéanans an beart an duine atá mai cheanara an troids. Béidir go bhfuil MacDonagh is smaoine bhfuil éon sa gá sin. A rud is eistí faoi go bhfuil an taidí amach gá chródú ag cóirle sa cheachtar, agus sin ag go dtíire chun rud a Harloch in 1960.
Is dócha gur raibh MacDonagh ghlacha le teorachaí an ama sin agus gur hiic sé dá mbeadh daoine sásta íberta dhéanamh ní amháin ar son na tíre ach ar son an tochaí when the dawn has come. Tá sé le déanamh go fóil, tá an gníomh fós le Corrigrí. Tá an tuiscin sin ag MacDonagh, tá sé ag an bírsach, tá sé a gach éon duine sa glúin sin, peachá a ghlachadar páirt in éirí amach nó ná ghlachadar.
Which reminds me of the day I received a letter from W.B. Yeats.
Oh. Yeats?
Absolutely. I was very excited. I sat in my study to peruse it.
In early 1910, Tomás MacDonagh answered an ad in the paper requesting the services of an Irish language teacher. His new student was Joseph Plunkett, and the two men would form a friendship that would last until the day they died.
Well, I thought that was outrageous, and I said, hell with it, I'll just publish and be damned.
Proper order.
I did indeed, absolutely.
They formed their own theatre company and also collaborated on a literary journal called the Irish Review. They married two sisters, Grace and Muriel Gifford.
Working with Tomás.
Well, yes, Joe is a man of many talents.
Very kind, Tomás, yes, yes.
Bhí MacDonagh siúlamach le ban gur banna Mary Maguire agus tír sé ire é a fósa agus dúilta sí a rá nach ra sé gur aon na fósa agus chlisear a gaidir atarb. Níos meas a fós sí den eile ní sin cara leis mar sin bhí andaím agad óir ach gearan í sin casamh Muriel Gifford agus fós siad san agus bhí sé tharbheith sonna ina héal pásanta ón am sin amach.
MacDonagh and Muriel Gifford were married in January 1912, and their first child, Donagh, was born later that same year.
Now, my son, is life for you, and I wish you joy of it. Joy of power in all you do, deeper passion, better wit, more of every gift but love. Love I have beyond all men, love that now you share with me. What have I to wish you then but that you be good and free?
One of the things to understand about MacDonagh is that the earlier part of his life, up to about 1913, is a tale really of frustration and ultimate disillusion and disappointment with the ambition to become a recognised poet. His poetry, honestly assessed, as indeed it was both honestly and brutally assessed by some reviewers at the time, was not particularly good in the round. MacDonagh really began to realise that, the poetry wasn't working for him. He's going to have to find something else to do with his life other than write poetry. So a huge crisis arrives in his life. As doubts grew about his own literary capacities, he began to think to himself, well, if I don't make it as a poet, if I don't make it as a writer, if this could be a waste of my life, what is it that I will do with my life otherwise? And that became a question of what action, what thing could he do by way of effective action in life?
I shall do better than write. A man who is a mere author is nothing. The great opportunity is at hand. I have long regretted that I have not in my time had an opportunity of doing something worthwhile, and now it is here. I am going to live the things that I have before imagined.
Tomás MacDonagh came to Dublin in 1908 to pursue his dream of becoming a recognised poet while teaching in St Enda's School. But within a few years, he began to reassess his life and felt it was time for a change of scenery.
Ceapú MacDonagh mar léchtúr le litríocht i Galas na Hallscoile Blá Clia, agus ag an am cinna bhí Owen MacNeill mar Olaf le Stair sa Galaiste. Mar sin chuir siad aithne ar chéile agus ba chairde an mhóra iad. Bach tábhacht le sin agus an tairi amach a gá phleanáil. Ach bhí siad fós bhí an bheirteachab pártach inimachtaí cultúr le chéile.
Cai sé go raibh idir gháil a haiségint, idir an glóiseacht cultúr agus an glóiseacht folatiúil. Ní dóilm gur hála sin go dtí béidir néideag is trídeag, néideag is a ceardeag tar éis don UVF an glóiseacht hain a bhunú. Nuair a chuireadh tús leis an UVF, hála a lán rudaí eile dá bhár. Chuir agus gur bhunaigh an conílach an Citizen Army im Lá Clia agus go raibh daoine a rá nar leor cultúr as sin amach, go gaitheadh níos mó dhéanamh, agóid folatiúil dhéanamh.
The Irish Volunteers were launched at a public rally in November 1913, and Owen MacNeill was installed as Chief of Staff. Over 3,000 volunteers were recruited on that first evening, among them Patrick Pearse and Tomás MacDonagh.
Nuair a bunaí bhóglaí na hÉireann in 1930, tháinig MacDonagh isteach, agus ba dhearg go ceapamh sin i gceannas ar bhrigáid á Clia go na hóglaí, agus bhí sé mar stúrtha tréanála ar an hóglaí a leog. Mar sin bhí ionad tábhachtacha aige in obair na nóglach.
It is worth living in Ireland as one of the directors of the Irish Volunteers. We have done more for our generation, thank God, than any of the men of the other periods did since the old clan times. More than the 98 men, or Emmet. We are making the preparations. Ireland is all right, for I am confident we shall win this time. Through peace, I hope, but if necessary, by war.
The key word that strikes me when I think of what happened between the years 1912 and 1916 in Ireland is vertigo or vertiginous. There was a kind of speeding up of the historical process. We have to try and find a way of understanding how a mild-mannered, gentle, retiring teacher like Patrick Pearse and a lecturer in English in University College Dublin with everything to live for, like Thomas MacDonagh with a wife and 2 young children, how they ended up facing a firing squad. 4 years later, in 1916, how do we explain this? Well, these men were absolutely entranced with the role of being the soldier. And MacDonagh as well, his energies and his involvement in the volunteers was hugely exciting for him. I mean, here they were out marching, here they were acquiring and landing guns at Holt in 1914. And I think that this is part of the vertigo that leads into 1916. It's not necessarily premeditated where it's all going to end up, because the unravelling of events over this time is incredibly erratic. In August 1914, we get the outbreak of the Great War, we get the split in the volunteers. The majority of those volunteers go off with Redmond to fight in the fields of Flanders. Meanwhile, you have a small group of volunteers here in Dublin who, out of conscience, have said, we're staying to defend Ireland. And I think that set up a huge moral pressure, a kind of a heated compression on Irish life for nationalists in the period from 1914 to 1916.
Hogley! The Irishman who says he would prefer to be under German rule than under English rule is a slave. The Irishman who says he would prefer to be under English rule than under German rule is a slave. The Irishman who knows he should be under Irish rule and no other, he is capable of attaining freedom. Nish, gan mi rai. Yes.
The IRB were looking to rally support for the Republican cause, and in the summer of 1915 they got the opportunity they needed when the exiled Fenian Jeremiah O'Donovan Rossa died in New York. It was decided that his body would be shipped to Ireland and buried in Glasnevin Cemetery in a spectacular display of nationalist strength.
They have left us our Fenian dead, and while Ireland holds these graves, Ireland unfree shall never be at peace.
A committee was formed to take charge of the funeral arrangements. It included Arthur Griffith, Major John McBride, Ned Daly, and Damon de Valera. But it was overseen by the old Fenian Tom Clark, who personally selected Tomás MacDonagh as Commandant General of the Volunteers for the day of the funeral.
The burial of O'Donovan Rossa is the arrival home of a great patriot, a hero of Ireland, and it displays to the rest of the world a modern, emerging country, a brave new Ireland. Through this event, we are making a statement around the world. 3 words, gentlemen: discipline, vigilance, confidence. Good night, live.
Mrs. O'Donovan Rossa wrote to Tom Clark and said she would leave all of the arrangements for the funeral in his hands. And the day was a huge success. It was tour de force for the IRB. Huge demonstration, propaganda, symbolism, it was all there. And of course, it was filmed by a fellow called Jameson too. And his chain of cinemas provided good advertisement for the IRB and the movement. But another mention should be of Tom MacDonagh. He was the Grand Marshal of the day, and him and Clark worked together, and Clark found him to be a solid, reliable, well-organised, clever man, and he knew that this was a real demonstration of the abilities that he thought that he had, because Clark had this unerring gift to identify people who could be of use to the IRB.
Tom Clark had been manoeuvring the IRB and the Volunteers towards an insurrection for years. An IRB military council had been formed at the outbreak of the war, and by January 1916, the plans for a rising were in place.
Every member of what became the military council was a person who could keep a secret, almost up to the very end when they recruit MacDonagh. In a sense, they were lucky that they recruited MacDonagh onto the military council very late in the day, just before the rising, because MacDonagh was not a man who could keep a secret. MacDonagh is excitable. He's bursting with, I think, the secrets that he's trying to maintain, and then he startles people. One of his students recalls that they're sitting at a lecture given by MacDonagh, and suddenly MacDonagh pulls out a revolver, puts it on the table in front of him, and then sort of stares into the distance and says, you know, Ireland can never be free without the application of force.
Hola Hans gur hap MacDonagh gur rudakins siúl. Vís a go leor daoine gur caint éirí amach, agus bhí ráflaí a chul timpeall i measc ó na nóglach agus a measc na dlóiseacht ag an am. Cinnach raon in cinsa faoi, chuir ón MacNeil ceistéir go lua mí Aibreán ó bhfuil éirí amach a tarlú agus dúirt sé nach rá. Agus is cosúil gur freigra fírinneach a bhíonn sin, go bhis chó ag an am sin, ní raon rud siúl. Is cosúil nach bhuair sé ólas faoin éirí amach go thomláin, go dtí gur tugad bhar agosta míleata é cúpla seachtain in dhiair sin.
Ní dóil amach gur ráméis agus ráflaí atá gceist ag na Mic-Léinn, Péidir.
Bhainte cinnte.
Tá mé lán cinnte. Tá mar cheachtar mar sin siúl cloising faoi.
Bhí an costa míleata ag ggéire go ditseach MacNeil isteach leis a blean a bhí Jacob. Agus tharla go raibh MacDonagh cardúil le MacNeil, tharla go raibh muín ag MacNeil as. Is dóigh gur híl siad go gcuid ó sesin leis an gcuid sin gan phlean an chuid dhearannach sin a chuid is acrobéidir a thuir sa grí. Ach faoi dhearanna seachtain a bhí sé soléir go gcuirigh MacNeill go gcuirigh sé an éirí amach agus chuir sé ardómach a d'ailte sé na nóchtán a rá leis na hóglaí go raibh cholathirt chuir ar ceall.
So that's it. We can't go ahead now, can we?
Tomás, it's now or never. Casement is in custody. It's only a matter of time before they round the rest of us up. But all this means is that we have to delay the rising for 24 hours and issue fresh orders to clear up the confusion.
Confusion? And you want to issue more orders on top of these ones? No wonder the English think we're amateurs and fools.
And what about the rest of the country? Are we supposed to leave them to face the might of the British Empire with only pikes and flaming sods of turf?
The volunteers will fight with sticks and stones that they have to.
Tomás, even without the German arms, we must act now. The men are ready, and if we can hold out long enough for word to reach Germany, they may send a force to support us.
The Germans were never going to win this for us. When we go into fight, we fight alone.
What if we take the fight to the mountains and join up with the men of the West?
Pierce, you're going to fight in Dublin.
What exactly are you trying to say?
There'll be no more hiding in the mountains. We're fighting on the streets.
What are you saying? There's no
We're
hiding
going to
in the
fight on the
mountains.
streets.
It's been agreed.
I accept what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that the parameters have changed.
Enough!
We have to...
Enough! Gentlemen! Enough. We should stick to our original plan. MacNeill's orders won't have got down the country yet. If Dublin rises, the rest of the country will follow.
What about this?
Tomás, I remember the first day that you came into my shop and we got to talking. Before you left, you recited me a poem. Do you remember? Do you remember the words?
Far of mar ramar forvian vev. Hún ger grammar. Shellig trudda hain achtran gawel farren vor shincher.
Better to be on the tops of the old bens, keeping watch. Short of sleep, yet gladsome. Urging the fight against the foreign soldiery that hold our father's land.
If thou hast consented that there be a New England named Ireland, to be ever in the grip of a foe, then to this isle we must bid farewell.
Tom, we're all aware of what's at stake, and we're all as committed to the cause as we ever were, but the fact is this: we must postpone the action for 24 hours to clear up this MacNeill mess!
The hell with MacNeill! I say that we strike immediately.
Gentlemen, as members of the Provisional Government, we are no longer obliged to abide by consensus. So we'll put it to a vote. All those in favour of staying with the original plan, raise your arm.
Come on, lads.
All those in favour of postponing operations for 24 hours, raise your arm. We strike at noon tomorrow.
Very well. I'll draft up new orders and make sure they are distributed to the men of the western branches. Tomás, call off the Dublin battalions. We have to get word out that we're on hold for 24 hours. Tell the men to stand down, but to be ready.
What about MacNeill? Still needs to be taken care of.
Tomás, you'll talk to Owen. He'll listen to you.
Bhí an coiste mílta ag gura gun an tólas a ligan le Owen MacNeill faoin méid a bhí a tarló agus cuireadh MacDonagh amach leis an dalamoló go chuireir agus a rá leis nach ar éirí amachán le súlas nach féadach sesin éon waca chuir leis. Ach scríomh MacDonagh nóta a rá gur hen méid seo déanta aige agus gur hiúil sé gur radólagas ar é dhéanamh. Agus scríomh sé nóta seo ní a chuir sé géanana ach dag sé so gís go mbeadh sé le feiceáil iní a bháis. Is léir go raibh a chunsias a chuir isteachir nar hána sé leis gura míchrór a chuir a chara.
I have now, at 8 p.m, returned from a visit to Owen MacNeill at Woodtown Park, Ballyboden. I have had a long conversation with MacNeill and Sean Fitzgibbon upon many aspects of the present situation. They and my countrymen must judge me on my conduct. I have guarded secrets which I am bound to keep. I have, I think, acted honourably and favourably by all my associates. I have had only one motive in all my actions, namely, the good of my country. His songs were a little phrase of eternal song, drowned in the harping of lays more loud and long. His deed was a single word, called out alone in a night where no echo stirred to laughter or moan. But his songs new souls shall thrill the loud harps dumb, and his deed the echoes fill when the dawn is come.
On the morning of Easter Monday, Tomás MacDonagh assembled the 2nd Battalion of the Irish Volunteers on the west side of St Stephen's Green. At noon, he led around 150 men to Bishop Street, where they occupied Jacob's biscuit factory.
Hold on, keep them coming, lads. Pack it down there a while. We need these well fortified.
On the way there, they met Major John McBride, who had not been made aware of the revised plans and was on his way to his brother's wedding. McBride decided to join the rebels, and he served as MacDonagh's second-in-command throughout the week.
The interesting thing about this group is that they probably had a quieter Easter week than most of the other battalions who were caught up in the fierceness of battle. They were kind of off to a margin. And there was very little action around this huge fortress of a place. I mean, they were very well defended and very well dug in.
Hokra ar na Breataine gur sé wadra chontortach a goil an aice leis an monacha. Má Jolashin is beag a bhíle déana ag na rebelliúnaí san ionad sin I réna seachtaine. Ní ra mór an na déana ag MacDonagh. Beidir nach raibh aige ceir bachóra dhéanna ach bíordú tugaí aige monacha Jacob a gháil agus a chuinneáil. Rinne sé é sin ach cha sé an chud is móg an teachtain díhaoin nach mór agus is dói gur raibh sé cinál deachar aige a fánachtain sin gunas aige ceirt go díreach a bhí tarlós a gid eilech an chathair ceir bachear chó dhéanna.
We heard that German troops had landed at Wexford and were striking inland in thousands. 'Twas said the volunteers were fighting bitterly along the coastline to Cork, where the city was supposed to be out, like Dublin. Dublin Castle was on fire. The British were using explosive bullets and shooting prisoners. Buildings all over the city were being burned indiscriminately. Dublin was almost in ruins. Each rumour was more fantastic than the last. One contradicted the other. Everyone was confused. Nobody knew the true state of affairs.
Daly, Sullivan, bring provisions up to the College of Surgeons. Bring 2 bags each.
2 bags right here.
During the Rising, it's pretty clear that MacDonagh is living in his own fantasy world. He's issuing euphoric messages, the countryside's rising, that they're marching in Dublin, victory is very close at hand. And of course, at the end of the week, the reality sets in and MacDonagh's fantasy world collapses. And he's sent hurtling back into the real world in a state, really, of effectively nervous collapse.
The surrender order from General Pierce carries no weight. He's in custody and was not a free man when he wrote this.
I will not accept orders from a prisoner!
With both General Pierce and Commandant Connolly under arrest, I am the next in command, and as such, the role of Commandant-in-Chief now devolves to me.
Nuair fuair MacDonagh an scéal seo ó heachtra chu sé ionaid, dar leis féin go bhfuil sé leanach ar pís eile. Bhí si tain I mánach Jacob láidir go maith, ní ré an nonsaí orb. Thóg sé tamil air, chu sé chun cainsa le efigé arb na Breataine ach ar deire chleach sé leis go raibh sé ná am géile.
In a sense, he spent this very quiet week when he hasn't been in the thick of the fighting, so to speak, and now he's been called upon to surrender. I think that must have been hugely disconcerting for MacDonagh, who expected perhaps to play, a much more direct combat role in 1916. And that, in a way, I think adds to the trauma of those last days for MacDonagh.
Yeah, but we're not going to give him a shot, are we? You're going, yeah.
The surrender will commence at midday tomorrow.
I can't believe this.
The decision to surrender is not my own. I am only following the orders of the President of the Provisional Government. Lads, we fought a good fight. We held out for one glorious week. We achieved what we set out to accomplish. We have to surrender, but we have succeeded in establishing the Irish Republic according to international law by holding out for a week. I have assurances that nobody will be shot. I know I will be shot. But you will all be treated as prisoners.
I heard they were shooting people up beyond Kilmainham.
Those of you in civilian clothes, go home. Those in uniform, stay on. You can't leave if you're in uniform.
On Sunday afternoon, MacDonagh marched what remained of the 2nd Battalion to St. Patrick's Cathedral. It was there, in the park, that he surrendered to General Lowe. 2 days later, he was tried by court-martial and sentenced to be executed.
Ochra an chórs arm MacDonagh chur chun báis agus bhí sé na chéad daoine a chur chun báis agus bhí súil aige go mac seans aige bhean eicán sa logorfaí chun báis é ach má dheall go raibh siise ina théhheilech an chathair ní raibh sin an prís an bhaint amach.
I am to die at dawn. I am ready to die, but I thank God that I die in so holy a cause. For myself, I have no regret. The one bitterness that death has for me is the separation it brings from my beloved wife, Muriel, and my beloved children, Donna and Barbara. It breaks my heart to think that I shall never see my children again. But I have not wept or mourned. I counted the cost of this and am ready to pay it. Muriel has been sent for here. I do not know if she can come. she may have no one to take the children while she is coming. If she does.
Minstrel boy, to the war is gone. In the ranks of death you will find him. His father's sword he hath girded on, and his wild heart's love behind
My dearest love, Muriel. Thank you a million times for all you have been to me. I have only one trouble in leaving life. Leaving you so. Be brave, darling. But for your suffering, this would be all joy and glory. Goodbye. Your loving husband, Thomas MacDonagh.
land of song, said the warrior bard. Though all the world betrayed thee, one sword at least thy rights shall guard. One faithful harp shall praise thee.
Good game. Well done. Not far. Cheers.
But Sean McDermott had a very commanding quality, something like Mick Collins subsequently. He could impress his will on people, make them do what he wanted them to do, and not count the cost.
That's it's very important, you know, that you come along to these meetings because we need the support. And the more people come along, if you tell your friends, it's an important cause. It's as important as winning that game out there.
No, we'll be there. We'll be there.
Around 7:30. 7:30. 7:30.
Sean McDermott, though, was born in January 1883 in the townland of Curranmore, close to Kiltyclogher in County Leitrim, an area where the landscape was scarred by reminders of poverty and oppression.
Surrounding McDermott in a rural area like Carnmore and North Leitrim, there were reminders of Irish history throughout the area. There was an ancient sweat house, there were mass rocks, so you would have heard about the penal times and the persecutions of the 17th and 18th centuries. And his father, of course, would have pointed out all the deserted homesteads as a result of the famine of the 1840s. His father actually lived through it. He was a teenager at the time. Also then, in 1898, not only did he hear about what was happening in terms of during the famine period, but he saw his neighbours being evicted by the local landlord, Tottenham. McDermott was at 15 years of age, a very important age in terms of his formation, and here he was, about 100 people were evicted by Tottenham in the local area.
McDermott attended the local primary school and did well enough to go on to sit the state examinations in order to qualify as a teacher. But he failed the test and decided to leave home, moving first to Glasgow, where he worked as a gardener, and then on to Belfast, where he found work as a tram conductor.
McDermott arrived in Belfast in the spring of 1905. Belfast was a bustling Edwardian city at that stage. The Belfast City Hall was just being built on the site of the old Linen Hall, and it was regarded as one of the major cities in the British Empire. And key to McDermott's arrival there was the tram system, and he was there as a probationer for a couple of months. He then achieved a full-time post, but was sacked in July 1905 when he was caught smoking on his platform. He was a conductor and he was caught smoking and he was out of a job.
Aye, sure. And yourself? Good. Okay. Tom, 2 more Guinness, okay? Sure. How you doing? Be back for those. I'm gonna deal with this disaster over here.
McDermott found part-time work as a barman, and with more free time on his hands, he became active in the various political and cultural movements that were taking off at this time in the city.
Ag a thrashin bí an poblachtas láidir go maith sa gahar nó a tosaigh ag agro réannos. Bhí clubaní chun ganan cura bon ag rins, ultach óg poblachtach, Dina mar Bulmer Hobson, Dennis McCulloch. Bhí de gire soscéal an poblachtachas a scap a réist, bhí glúiseach na poblacht agus bhí brárachas na poblacht a ciún go maith agus gunmór an siúl ach bhí an ramseo i gire spridsnóchar san lúiseacht agus chhlac McDermott a part san obair bhí a siúl ach sinach ar tháinig sé isteach san lúiseacht náisiúnach.
No problem.
I'm looking forward to it, Dennis, you know.
Now is the time, Bulmer. Right, man.
Sean, how are you?
Good, good. Yourself?
Not so bad now.
How's about you, Sean?
Bulmer Hobson came from, unusually, from a Quaker background in the north of Ireland, and from a very early age, he got interested in the Gaelic League, Cumann na Gael, all these kind of organisations, and very much interested in a lot of the Sinn Féin ideas that were being tossed about at the time. And he had become friends through the Gaelic League with a young Catholic man from the Falls Road area called Dennis McCulloch. So the two of them became very much partners in nationalism. And they started their own organisation, the Dungannon Clubs, in March 1905 in Belfast. And what they were looking to do was, on one hand, to spread the Sinn Féin movement, but they also had an ulterior motive as well. They were looking for young men to get involved with the IRB. And one of the men that they scouted at this time was Sean McDermott.
I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
One of the aspects of the Dungannon clubs was that they held public meetings. This was their way of getting their message across. In those days, there were two main ways. The one was the public meeting, and the other one was the newspaper. The Dungannon clubs availed of both, but first of all, they had to establish themselves locally in terms of having rallies each Sunday in various parts of Belfast. And they were regularly heckled, and in some cases, they were looking to get away with their lives.
Here from Leitrim that I'd like you to listen to. His name is Sean McDermott. I think this will be interesting what he has to say. A wee bit hot there, but you're all right. Get up there and say what you
Thank you for coming to listen to us today. Just have a few more things I'd like to say. Immigration is too high. We're losing good men are leaving the country, and they should be kept in Ireland, working for Ireland. At the moment, we're just one of England's colonies at the moment. Yes, they're only good for England, and we need to stop serving England and stop serving on our juries.
Bulmer, this is going to get nasty. Let's get out of here.
Go on, Sean, get out of here. Don't worry, Sean. It takes a while to win this crowd over.
In 1906, Sean McDermott was sworn into the Irish Republican Brotherhood by Denis McCullough. The IRB was a secret society committed to ending British rule in Ireland, and the Dungannon clubs were a front for much IRB activity. McDermott was appointed a full-time organiser for the clubs, a position that assumed greater significance when the Dungannon clubs were amalgamated into a new organisation, Sinn Féin.
Ceappa McDermott mar himara go Sinn Féin I go geolla, mar sin bhí sé gol timpeall a chúige I láirte crunne ag agrú créimhachaí agus mar sin chuise aithne go leor daoine agus ach tábhacht ag na teagháilchaí seo níos faide anón.
You vote for Sinn Féin and we won't go to Parliament in England. We'll stay here and we'll rule from here. And England and all our institutions must be completely boycotted by Irishmen.
Sé an policy bhíag Sinn Féin go mo cheart go feisirí na héireann gun bacha le Parliament Westminster ach Parliament neamhsplach a bhunú in éireann agus neamhsplach sa bhaint amach ar a gcuí sin go síochananta bhí sólacab. Chua an policy seo a bhaim Charles Dolan a bhí mar eisire leis a bartaí Parliamentach agus Deidir sé as an síochan a bhí aige I Westminster agus maiall sin bhí táchan eile I gan dé líotram a maiall Has sesin go Sinn Féin an bouta seo agus bhí McDermott a dagra an feachtas.
It is time to vote for Sinn Féin. Anyone you know who can vote, get out and vote in that local election and get Sinn Féin into Leitrim.
They were routed in the election. I mean, the election was a foregone conclusion, 3,500 votes to about 1,500 or so. But the key factor was that this election raised the profile of McDermott and his star was in the ascendant in Republican politics by early 1908.
This is our country and we should rule it for ourselves. Sinn Féin!
Following the Leitrim election, McDermott moved to Dublin City, where he worked closely with Bulmer Hobson in attempting to reinvigorate the Republican movement on a national level. Their efforts were greatly aided by the return from America in 1907 of a man who would have a profound influence on Sean McDermott, Tom Clarke.
Hobson was invited to go to America and he did a speaking tour to introduce the Sinn Féin movement to America, and he was chosen over Arthur Griffith because he was viewed as being a better public speaker. And while he was there, he met Tom Clarke. Tom Clarke was working in New York at the time, and Clarke was actually the organiser of the tour. So the two of them made a connection there. And Hobson is really the one who is key for introducing him to the younger men, people like McDermott, like McCullough and others. So Clarke in many ways becomes a father figure to them and feels this great sort of affinity with the younger men. And particularly you get the kind of a close triangular relationship between Clarke, Hobson and McDermott.
And where are you from?
I'm from Leitrim, but when they got sick of me up there, I ended up in Belfast. I was drumming up support, you know, for the Dungannon clubs, travelling around a bit.
Aye, Dungannon. My hometown.
Younger people coming into the IRB was absolutely central to its revitalisation. And in a sense, it was submerged. The IRB had been submerged by the bigger political questions, by the Home Rule question. They didn't have the same kind of presence that they would have liked to have had in the late 19th and the early 20th century. So there is that great sense of urgency to try and revitalise it and to try and make it relevant again. And it wasn't regarded too seriously by the British authorities in the late 19th and the early 20th century. In 1903, one Dublin Castle official dismissed it as the shadow of a once terrifying name. And that seemed to imply that it wasn't a cause for concern. And that would have suited some of the younger members who were trying to revitalise it in a quiet way, I suppose, and build up its influence. But the IRB was always dependent on infiltration and on infiltrating other groups. And there are great opportunities there as you move into the second decade of the 20th century to infiltrate different groups and to use that as an opportunity to get IRB members into serious positions of influence.
Bhí mis dána blion san ollscoil an úrú agus bhí sé námagam fachas am golig nghailtacht. Agus thocra mé go tuaigh chéide agus chahas 6-7 an sa go láin sin. Agus bhí mé lóistín i deach timppla 3,000 siú an goláiste a bhrúach an locha. Tháinig an fedóg se fear lú láidir acla bhéisians Sean McDiarmid. An fedóg déirhing bid dahla sa tír an úrúda. Agus an chua gocha bhí éir dingan agus an díirecha dingan agus súla aontaach agus canál da crón dingan gan bharó láidir agus cholí an mhór an rothraige dingan nó bhí rothraige an goléir hiilegan.
Dúir maithigad.
Níor a mór an gailgeige, ríomh beag gailge bhí aige. A chaithe sé gymnó me a géir rud a cinnte dá. Bhí me no, don't tell me, hold it. Bhí me in an inson teach. Má sinna bhí se lá. Agus chug mé an chindó, dín ar buinte boise, henne selam go bhór, hín facast am go bhéintach an stóg go ché.
Come on. Hey, good stuff, Davey. Come on. Hit the ball.
Bhí sé gol timppel ar fud na síre I bunú créibechaí go hen féin ach san nám céanna bhí sé gabar ar chola termí buch an bhráthrachas ag aimsú daine bheith bail agus bhí sé a bogad ar a chéile ó folasí siochananta hen féin I dro poblachtas na lábh láidre mar dera go háid faoi chunachar Tom Clark feice mu lú go leor é rá go gafar trod le lábh láidir nach leor éonrad níos lúna sin le Grím Hasner an tír a wagga.
The government are keeping in prison one of the truest Irishmen of the present day. And for what? For shooting a policeman, of whom there are too many moving about at the present time. The Fenians resorted to physical force, and we would be justified in using it now if the opportunity offered. Any means are justifiable in trying to rent our hereditary enemy out of Ireland. Even to scatter the fires of hell in the face of that enemy. So, are you with me, lads?
Paddy Murphy.
Abe McCurry.
Mihal O'Shea.
Murphy.
We stand for not an Irish party, but for national tradition. The tradition of Wolfe Tone and Robert Emmet, of John Mitchell and John O'Leary. We stand for the complete and total separation of Ireland from England and the establishment of an Irish government untrammelled and uncontrolled by any other government in the world. We do not believe that it is possible to make Ireland a nation by an act of the English Parliament, and we will not ask that Parliament or join with any section of our countrymen in asking it to legislate for us. You've come again, obviously showing a bit of interest.
What seems to come across is that McDermott, that he was someone who was enormously committed from his teenage years and really devoted his life to tramping the countryside and organising. And the best evidence for that is he got polio in 1912. And as a result of the polio, one of his legs was paralysed and he walked on a stick from 1912. He was months recuperating from polio.
Tá sé rád ag daoine a ráine go beir gur andra chuma fear óg fuinniúla bhí an láháin ach an sin na chéad leile, bhí sé cosúil le seanar, bhí sé ag siúil le maidse agus bhí an díáil le feiceáil agus is cosúil go raibh sé híos leis fe tamil ach níor bhhair sé sin roiád.
McDermott struggled on, going from town to town, organising, going around Dublin organising and trying to enthuse people The turning point for a lot of people, including Pearse, as a matter of fact. I mean, Pearse is on record as actually supporting Home Rule if it had gone through. When it didn't, and they regarded they were being betrayed by the British government, they went straight past Sinn Féin to physical force. I mean, more and more advanced nationalists, as they were called in those days, came to be convinced that they could not get Home Rule by legitimate parliamentary means. Because in 1912 you have the Covenant, hundreds of thousands of people signing it, and then a not too secret provisional government established by the Ulster Unionists, and then the Ulster Volunteer Force founded in early 1913.
The Ulster Volunteer Force brought the gun into Irish politics in a very serious way, and what happens in response to the Ulster Volunteer Force increases that notion of an island that's becoming more militarised. Open drilling, different private armies effectively, the shipping of arms, you know, the arrival of arms to Ireland, the Larne gun running, the Howth gun running, the tensions involved in that, the degree of tolerance that was there for it as well, because the British government was faced with something of a dilemma there. What do they do in response to this? Do they attempt to disarm them?
About 1,600 were landed all right at Howth. The men marched into Clontarf, but the authorities prepared in the meantime, and special trams were chartered to bring out the military and police. Tom and myself were in town on secret duty, so we got our taxi out and met them. The military and police had taken up their positions, and our men had no chance, so we got on the job immediately at taking off rifles in our taxi. That was our job for the evening, running them to safe places. Several other motor cars and taxis got on the job later, with the result that practically all the rifles have been saved. The crowds in the streets have been charged several times by the military. It'll do good, and all is well. That ought to open the eyes of the fools as to what liberal government is.
When the Volunteers were launched, Owen McNeill, a professor of history at University College Dublin, was appointed Chief of Staff. And despite the IRB's orders, Bulmer Hobson put himself forward for the role of Secretary of the organisation, much to the anger of both Tom Clarke and Sean McDiarmid.
Clarke and McDiarmid, they didn't want Hobson or anybody from the IRB in too obvious, too public a position, because if it was associated with radicalism, then you wouldn't get that broad spectrum of nationalists getting involved. So there is a real division increasingly growing between Hobson and his vision for the Irish Volunteers and the vision of Clarke and McDiarmid.
Hobson's a special case because of his scruples being a Quaker about the use of physical force, and much the same applied to Owen McNeill, who's one of these people who was, if you like, always making snowballs but never throwing them. I mean, he would write all these incendiary articles. He was heavily involved in organising the volunteers. He was heavily involved in organising volunteers drilling. But always when it came to the bit, Owen McNeill was noted somewhere up in the Spectator's Gallery.
The object proposed for the Irish Volunteers is to secure and maintain the rights and...
The growing rift between Hobson, Clarke and McDiarmid came to a head in the summer of 1914, when John Redmond, the leader of the Irish Parliamentary Party, attempted to take control of the volunteer movement.
Well, dús bhí áras John Redmond agus cuid dá Lochlanúna mar hampla Joe Devlin. Bhí áras orthu faoin luaiseacht nua seo ach bhí an túirna cuideachán nach maireach an luaiseacht. Ach ní mar sin na hála agus faoi háir an éidir sa cardiaag has go Redmond smachtáil ar an luaiseacht. Caafar admháil go raibh sé féin I bunk ceart ag go buinte sin, mar bhí tunnach ar níos mó ná riamh ag go buinte sin ag iontóchtóirí ola, agus bhí an chrícheailt á phlé go fórleathan, agus bhí tauchaí an rialtas dúchais I gceist. Mar sin bhór an cháir ar lí de John Redmond nasca íanamh leis na hóglaigh fada déach sé féin smachtaigh mead orthu.
The Provisional Committee of the Volunteers voted on the question of admitting Redmond's nominees, and the resolution was passed by a majority of 18 votes to 9. The dissenting voters were all IRB men and included Patrick Pearse, Eamon Cant and Sean McDiarmid. Fearing a split in the volunteer movement, Owen McNeill and Bulmer Hobson voted in favour of the resolution.
For Clark and McDermott, this effectively was treason. Hobson is effectively called to what is a court-martial, an IRB court-martial. He's confronted primarily by Clark and McDermott, who are absolutely boiling with anger. They went at Hobson like two attack dogs, shouting, literally shouting at him, screaming, you betrayed us. And then Clark throws in, he tops it all. He says to Hobson, how much did the castle pay you? Now, that was the most devastating accusation that you could point at an Irish Republican.
Hobson decided to resign from his key positions that brought him into contact with Clark and McDermott. So he resigned from the Supreme Council. He resigned as editor of the Irish Freedom newspaper. Now, years later, he realised this was actually a blunder that he had played into their hands, because really what you had there was a power struggle had been developing in the IRB between Clark and McDermott on one hand and Hobson on the other. Who was going to be the most influential? And with Hobson out of the way as one of the key influences within the IRB, it left the road open for Clark and McDermott. And their vision had always been for the Irish Volunteers to be a tool to be used in a rebellion.
Any man entering the volunteer movement must be prepared to take up the demand for self-government, not only with the sacrifice of time and money, but also, if necessary, with the sacrifice of his life. It may be necessary for some of us to offer ourselves as martyrs, if nothing better can be done, to preserve Irish national spirit and hand it down for generations to come.
Following the outbreak of the Great War, McDermott continued to organise IRB and volunteer units across the country. The threat of conscription had galvanised support for the separatist movement, and more people began to rally to McDermott's cause.
Old men here say that they never saw such a tremendous gathering in Cork, not even Parnell's meetings. If you try to imagine a dense mass of people packed together in O'Connell Street from the Parnell Monument to the Nelson Pillar, it'll give you some idea of the crowd. But the enthusiasm of the people, or rather their earnestness, was what impressed me most. There's no doubting the feeling of the people. The country is with us.
Sean McDermott got on with every person, I think, and he was really a very attractive man, and interesting. He was an interesting person as well.
Min Ryan referred to Sean as being like a general secretary of several unnamed societies. She could never rely on him being there. He was always apologising. In those days, they wrote letters almost on a daily basis, and they were sent by courier. They were never sent through the post, or very rarely. They were always sent by an IRB courier. But he was always devoted towards one thing, and it wasn't Min Ryan, it was Irish republicanism.
I didn't know at all that there was going to be such a thing as a rising. I never let my mind dwell on that. I was in that movement, and really it just was a part of my life, I think. I had no idea of what he had on his mind. It was far more than I could have possibly imagined.
We call on the people of this land to remember the mighty dead, those who gave their lives for this country. Let us remember Robert Emmet, who died for this country, for Ireland. The loafers are getting very interested in what I have to say. McDermott is a very German name, you see. To hell with England! Let her fight her own battles! Easy, lads. The volunteers fight for nobody except Ireland!
2 months in jail bear terrible significance. If I went to jail charged with some crime, it'd be hard to feel in good spirits. But what is my crime? Look back all through our history and you can find what my crime is. In prison, everything depends on the state of one's mind. My mind is at ease. My conscience is happy.
When McDermott was released in September 1915, he and Tom Clark joined Patrick Pearse, Joseph Plunkett and Eamon Cant on the military council that was planning the rising.
Clark and McDermott, they have various fears. They have fears that the British will get to know of what they're planning and swoop on them. And also they had a fear that McNeill and Hobson might ruin their plans. McNeill was a useless politician. He was lazy, naive, gullible. And they would have been quite content for him just to remain there as a figurehead that they could manipulate. McNeill's not quite prepared to do that. He's got a high opinion of himself and he regards himself as the real head of the volunteers. So what they do is they bypass him, they ignore him. Time and again, they sucker McNeill. He falls for their deceptions. So they don't regard him as much of a threat. The real danger person that they see is Bulmer Hobson. Only in the days before the rising do they become concerned about McNeill, and then what they do is, rather than bypass him or ignore him, they co-opt him.
We need McNeill with us. Some of the volunteers believe that he's leading them as much as he believes it himself. Tell me, what are we supposed to do about Hobson? Don't worry about Bulmer. He's no friend of mine. I'll take care of him.
One of the reasons why the IRB kidnapped Hobson on Good Friday was because they wanted to get him away from McNeill. So he was basically held in this house in Cabra Park from Good Friday, probably about the late afternoon of Good Friday, until the evening of Easter Monday. And the whole idea was to get him out of the way, that he was too influential, that he could put a spanner in the works, and that they couldn't. And again, they were looking to keep him away from McNeill, whom they had hoped that they would be able to influence.
Sean.
Owen.
Tigwitz.
Gismarach.
What do you want?
You said that if the volunteers were armed, you'd be ready for an insurrection.
I did, aye.
Well, we're getting arms. From Germany. 30,000 rifles. And German men, trained men, to lead the insurrection in the West.
This is a firm commitment.
This weekend, the volunteers will be armed. Properly. Finally. It's the chance we've been waiting for. The secrecy was necessary. You know. But the men look up to you. We need you with us now.
I understand. You have me.
Good man. Now, I've got a wee bit of business to attend to.
Owing to the very critical situation, all orders given to the Irish volunteers for tomorrow, Easter Sunday, are hereby rescinded. And no parades, marches, or other movements of Irish volunteers will take place. Each individual volunteer will obey this order strictly in every particular.
McNeill had been told everything about the rising, and McDermott told me that McNeill was making trouble. And he had definitely, this is McDermott's statement to me, he had definitely agreed to take part in the rising and for that the volunteers should take part. But now he was changing his mind.
The same countermand has been sent out to every volunteer circle in the country. We'll be lucky to have 100 men turn up.
Bhí fear gan mhór wacht Diarmada nuair a thula sé go raibh MacNeil héis eibreacht an ólach go dhearr seachtain na Cásca a chuir a ceall. Níor bháin go raibh sé ráiteag MacNeil leis siúd go mbeadh sé taciúil leis an éirí amach, ach bhí an chosalacht gur hen rud a chuil tite mas a chéile agus chuir sé an imrí go dóir.
Enough, gentlemen. Now I say we go immediately, and I'll take as many men that will follow.
Gentlemen, as members of the provisional government, we are no longer obliged to abide by consensus. So we'll put it to a vote. All those in favor of staying with the original plan, raise your arm.
Come on, lads. Sean? Sean?
All those in favor of postponing operations for 24 hours, raise your arm. We strike at noon tomorrow.
Very well. I'll draft up new orders and make sure they are distributed to the men of the western branches. We have to get word out that we're on hold for 24 hours. Tell the men to stand down, but to be ready.
A few minutes before midday on Easter Monday, the 24th of April 1916, Sean McDermott and Tom Clark stood waiting outside the General Post Office at the corner of Princes Street and O'Connell Street. Because of McDermott's lameness and Clark's age, they had decided not to march with the rest of the battalion from Liberty Hall. But nothing would keep either man from taking his place alongside the rebels in the GPO.
We're seizing this building in the name of the Irish Republic! Everybody out!
Smash those windows! Barricade them! Get out! Quick, come on! Come on! Run up to the roof, run those up the flagpole.
Clark and McDermott, on the first day they were seen sitting on the meals counter and their faces were beaming because this was the coming to fruition of, in McDermott's case, almost 10 years of work on behalf of republicanism, and in the case of Tom Clark it was a lifetime's. And it's almost a case of no matter what happened after this, at least there had been an insurrection.
Sean? Tom? O'Reilly? Things are going well.
Good day.
As there's a issue outstanding that I think we need to deal with. Hobson.
It was at the request of the O'Rahilly and Pierce Beasley that McDermott finally signed orders that Hobson could be released. So Sean T. O'Kelly took the order to the house in Cabra Park and Hobson was let out.
If he can change his mind and come and support us, maybe Bulmer will turn up at the door as well.
Maybe. Stranger things have happened.
Hobson could have joined the Rising after he was released, but he chose not to. And he really felt that the Rising was a blunder. And it's ironic in many ways that Hobson kind of gets written out of things and he gets pushed out of the nationalist movement after 1916, because you could argue that the Easter Rising wouldn't have happened without him and all the work that he did. And, he had a very different life after 1916.
Headquarters, Irish Republican Government. Report to Ned Daly and release Hobson. Everything splendid. Sean McD.
Fargo. Commandant Connolly. Looters ransacked half the street.
We just come from City Hall. We're under heavy fire. We need more men.
Fire over the heads, that should clear them.
We've already tried that, sir. So just keep coming back.
Well, leave them alone unless they attack you.
Sir.
Just heard. The men up in City Hall are under heavy fire. We need to send reinforcements.
We're stretched to breaking point as it is. See what I can do.
As time goes on, however, during Easter week, as Pierce becomes exhausted, Connolly's injured. Clark and McDermott come more into their own. By the end of the week, they're actually taking decisions. They're sending people to various locations. They're evacuating various garrisons.
There's at least 16, sir, that are seriously bad.
Oh, fine. Prepare them to transfer to Jervis Street Hospital.
Please, way.
Come on. Dermot, you need to send word to the posts on Moore Street and Middle Abbey Street. Tell them to withdraw to the GPO.
Yes, sir.
Oh! Well, we're winning.
Why not? Oh, a good novel. A good rest. An insurrection. As certainly as Revolution Deluxe.
Bring out those hoses!
It wasn't only the GPO was on fire. Dublin was a furnace. I mean, the opposite side of the street, where Cleary's is today, was on fire. Paint companies went up. You can imagine what that looked like. I interviewed people who stood on the Hill of Howth and out in Killiney Hill and watched the fires burning. And you could see Lenson's pillar in the fire from Howth.
Do you know what they're doing that for?
With them out of the way, they can get a good bang at us.
No, Sean. That's not the reason. They want you and me to know exactly what they think of Ireland.
We did the right thing, so, didn't we?
Aye.
By Friday, the fires had overtaken the GPO, and that evening the rebels were forced to abandon it. The next day, they surrendered. They were rounded up and held in Richmond barracks to await trial.
Nuair a gabhaim mac tíonar díreach hééis an éirí amach, ghlac sé leis go luath nach raibh deis ar beithige go néalach sé lena bheithe, bhíos aige go gurfaí chun bá sé. Ach lá amháin bhí seansán go néalach sé. Tugad slua príosúnach de chéile agus bhí siad le neistú go dtí príosún is asna. Agus bhí mac tíormada iste sa slua sin mar sin bhí an seansán go néalach sé ón más ar a gcuisin ach ag an nóméid deire agus iad le tuairt chun bailí. Dahan bleachtere mac tíormada tugad bhmachchas sa slua sin agus cuiníomh sa Americaí agus mar sin cuireadh ar a rialé.
We had hoped very much, as the executions had stopped for a good while, that himself and Connolly were going to escape. But then we knew, of course, definitely. So we saw him then in his cell.
Will you give that one to Winnie?
I will.
McDermott was visited by the Ryan sisters right up until
the last moment. There is an account that MacDiarmid sat between the two of them and put his arms around them, and he also, in a sense, was quite satisfied and quite content of what he achieved during Easter week. There's also a very moving account that they had between the three of them, they managed to gather a couple of pennies, and they managed to convince one of the guards who was on duty for a penknife. And MacDiarmid has scratched his initials into these pennies and also cut a number of his buttons off his clothes as keepsakes.
It's for Julia.
I'll give it to her, Sean.
She can sew it onto one of her dresses.
So we stood up promptly when the priest arrived and felt a great jerk, I'm sure, all of us. And all said goodbye. I was the last to say goodbye to him. And he kissed me and just said, we never thought it would end like this. That's all. That this would be the end. Yes, that's all he said. Although he knew to be the end himself long before that.
I wish I was on yonder hill. 'Tis there I'd sit and cry my fill, and every tear would turn a mill. It's good day to my poor needs long.
I, Sean MacDiarmid, before paying the penalty of death for my love of Ireland and abhorrence of her slavery, desire to make known to all my fellow countrymen that I die as I have lived, bearing no malice to any man, and in perfect peace with Almighty God. The principles for which I give my life are so sacred that I now walk to my death in the most calm and collected manner. I meet death for Ireland's cause, as I have worked for the same cause all my life. God save Ireland. Sean MacDiarmid.
Shul, 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 gas, shul, shul, godaras, eili long. This good day to my poor needs long.
I thought we'd have more men.
We still have our objective. You take a company to the James Street entrance. I'll go in the Rialto side and I'll meet you in the middle. Cathal. Good night, Rilat.
Agus Satain.
Ogli na Heron. At midday, the dream we have held for so long will become a reality. The Irish Republic will be proclaimed today at 12 noon, Easter Monday, the 24th of April, 1916. Simultaneous with the action we are about to undertake, Armed divisions of the Army of the Republic will occupy dominating points throughout the city. Men, it is our task to take the South Dublin Union. We must hold it at all costs to the very end. I pray God's blessing upon you all. Gonairi Lynn, agus Gosera Dia.
The Rialto entrance is taken, and I've left Irvine and most of his company guarding the gate. McCarthy is in Rose Distillery with about 20 men. How did you get on?
Good. James's gate is barricaded and fortified.
Right.
We can't hold the whole damned place, not with the amount of men we have.
What do you suggest, Lieutenant Cosgrave?
What about the night nurse home? It's solid. There's only the one entrance. It overlooks Mount Brown, Brookfield Road, and the Rialto Gate. If we fortify it properly, it'll take a whole battalion to get through.
He's right. Let's do it.
Move out!
Eamon Kent is by far the least well known of the members of the military council that planned the rising and of the signatories to the proclamation. It's clear that this man is a separatist to his fingertips. This is a man who really is a physical force Republican, who believes that the only thing that the British understand is being talked to from the barrel of a gun.
Eamon Kent was born in the town of Ballymoe in County Galway on the 21st of September 1881. He spent his first 3 years in the town barracks, where his father, James Kent, was stationed as an officer in the RAC. When his father retired from the force, the family moved to Dublin, and it was here in the Christian Brothers School on North Richmond Street that Eamon Kent took his first steps on the road to becoming a nationalist.
It's interesting to note that if you look at the 1916 rebellion leaders and, of course, the rank and file, most of them, the vast majority of them, were all ex-pupils of the Christian Brothers. They turned out very well-educated young men who were indoctrinated almost by the idea of a nationalist Ireland.
Well, chára a sprág sprid a náisiúnacha sin éireann ag deireadh néamhíosteach ná Comóra, seachtaíoch nó hocht agus cogan na mórach san Africas. Chuir Éamon Sims dárad san, leach sé páirt a gcuid an Comóra, agus na haanta san is go súil gur chroch sé bratach na mórach in chrán na Gárdín féin, rud ná réite grómhór lena ahar. Go luath rééis dó an scoil ágant an san chuir sé isteach a gunna na Gaeilge. Ag an amsan has to go chunna na Gaeilge an Gaeilge chuimhnú agus íochar chun cín mar hanga bheo. Ina haanta san bhí si me an gunra i gnéthe eile de chultúr na héireann mar haanta sa cheol agus sa rince. Nís mada le héman féin bhí si meige sa tanga, ach bhí anna híimeige sa cheol chomá, hain sé uirla sé agsúla, ach bhí sim faoi lethe gais na píomhhuilean, agus bhainnig sé féin agus cara leis Edward Martin cumann na bíobrí im leatlia sa bhliain 1900.
I think Kant did see the music as equally valid in ways as another aspect of the whole Gaelic League idea. And in fact, the Pipers Club is referred to, when it was founded, as being an offshoot of the Gaelic League. So it could easily have just been an appendage, but Kant kind of, his input into it made a much greater impact than it otherwise would have, you know. And he also shaped his policy to a large extent. He laid great emphasis on finding the old players wherever they were. The club used to write round to the secretaries of Gaelic League branches all over the country. Have you any old pipers from your area? Give us the name and we'll pay their fare up to Dublin for the Oireachtas or the Feis Ceol and that. So that means that people actually heard these old players, and cylinder recordings were made of them in 1899. So we have about a dozen cylinders of people. In Martin Riley's case, the great Galway piper, he was born in 1832, so he was about 67 when he was recorded. So you can see these links going back to Kant's time. It's not often seen that if he hadn't been as active as he was, an awful lot would have been lost. You know, that at one stage, piping, if half a dozen people had died or had otherwise stopped playing or, you know, simply emigrated, the tradition could easily have collapsed.
Kant was a talented piper himself, and in 1908 he accompanied a group of athletes representing Ireland at the Papal Sports in Rome. Kant led the Irish contingent out onto the field, and the Pope was so taken with the sound of Kant's pipes that he requested a personal audience with the Irish team.
Hug Dinegen led the Eamon Kant agus Hólmar cur na PB in Ordú agus ag tosnú agus bhí sé ag scradál mar bhí na Pimrí ag tosnú agus bhfuil sé isteach sa siomra as ar ggóir agus bharseáil sé 8 nó 10 úra sús agus síos as cór an fápa.
Massive. Mahu done, mahu. A chuirde bhile marrá, well, tá fáilte róh go léir dosach agus cécho buíochas atá mé bhfuil si go léir an seo nocht. Tá sé iontach slú mór gaile eáil in éon seomra bháin ag chur cultúr na hÉireann chun cín.
Through his involvement with the Gaelic League, Kant became more committed to the nationalist movement and came into contact with many of the leading cultural nationalists of the day, including men like Owen MacNeill and Patrick Pearse.
Bhí na daoine céanna go minic ran fáteach ins na glúiseachtaí seo go léir. Cur gás daoine a ghlachpáirt I gConradh na Gaeilge chuadar isteach sin féin lo nó máil, daoine a ghlachpáirt in Airclan na Manistrach, chula hans gur chlóriúch iad as Conradh na Gaeilge. So mar a harlíonn go minic in san tír seo, ba iad na daoine céanna bhí chun tosaigh go minic a glúiseach cultúrtha a bhí an seachas glúiseacht folitiúil. Agus dúirt Standish O'Grady an fear a dail sig leabhar Cúchulainn in sna 1870. There'll be a cultural movement. It won't be very important. Then there'll be a political movement. It will be quite important. Then there will be a military movement, and it will be very important indeed. Bhealach déad thárá gur mar sin a hála sé ón bhliain 1900 amach go dtí 1960.
Lads, get them bags upstairs to HQ. Start sandbagging the windows. That's it then. I want that stairs barricaded and secured. Carl, I'm putting you in charge of this barricade. Nothing gets up or down those stairs.
Well, I'm still breathing.
The South Dublin Union was a vast workhouse complex that covered 52 acres. It was located next to the British barracks at Richmond and Island Bridge, and also overlooked the quays and Kingsbridge Station, or Houston Station as it is known today. This was the main point of entry into the city for British reinforcements arriving from the Curragh.
Many of the devolved garrisons were chosen with one view only, to delay the approach of British military. Hence the attacks on the rail lines, hence the barricading of the arterial roads into Dublin on the north side, hence the establishment of a garrison in the South Dublin Union and the forecourts to impede the progress of various British forces located in the satellite barracks around Dublin, and was always a heavily garrisoned capital city, from getting into the centre of their communications.
In 1899, Kant secured a position with Dublin Corporation as a treasurer. It was a well-paid job, and Kant was a hard-working, dedicated employee, but the work left him feeling unfulfilled.
Bhíam sé ma hír fahan lei. Ní haula bhíam díhuiin ná leiscúil, ní hagad dibhin. Bhíonn an chuid oibre gá dhéanamh am. Bhíonn litreacha gá scríomh am. Bhíonn cúntaisí gá scrúdú am. Bhíonn argad gá chóramh am. Níl meas am mo nó. Ní obair fér a bheith scríomh is a siar scríomh. Duine cór ciún is an cléirech an fear le scríomh. Ach ní fear é. Caitheann sé a hílas a sláinte ag séhró a chuididir ceithre bailí na hifiige. Ní héidean an ghuigá, ní rihan an tuisce gá, ní scardean an ghrian dó. Chíonn sé scáil na gréine an muithir a tráid, ní ceadmhacht dó dul a féchant amach an doras. Cléirech, fear le scríomh se a hé. Ní bhain an éon ní eile leis ach a fián is a bhudéil dú is a leabhar.
Well, tá scoin greibh Éamonn Ceannt láthair ag cruinniú bhain leis an rialtas dúcha sin éideag sa dóiag, hí Páirm Piaris agus ón Macnéile láthair ag an cruinniú céanna. Ach le himach daimsre is léir nach raibh mór an dócha sige as an gcóras politiúil. Mar sin tá scoin mar hampla go lua in 1930, go nuair sé cruinniú de chuid Sinn Féin, go chóir go mbeadh tréáil ag gach fear éarnach a gcórsaí aram, agus faoi dhearan na bliana sin bhí sé tuairt cainte de Sinn Féin the failure of constitutionalism.
He was far before, Pearse in the sense that when Pearse in 1912 would be satisfied with home rule, Kent was way ahead of him on that one. He was thinking, this is going to be a separatist Ireland, there's going to be no home rule, or we're going to have an independent republic. And that's why he became so committed to the whole rebellion as well, That was kind of a feature of his personality. Once he set his mind to do something, there was nothing would stop him, It was all or nothing for Éamonn Ceannt.
In the presence of God, I, Éamonn Ceannt, do solemnly swear to do my utmost to establish the national independence of Ireland.
And that I will bear true allegiance to the Supreme Council of the Irish Republican Brotherhood and Government of the Irish Republic.
And that I will bear true allegiance to the Supreme Council of the Irish Republican Brotherhood and Government of the Irish Republic.
Chúis éisteach an rádrachas na poblachta hartar níos ag dóigh, mar hiag sé faoin am sin nós go leor daoine go ragáil le forréigean go ragáil le lámhláidir le siir sin na tíre a bhaint amach.
And implicitly obey the Constitution of the Irish Republican Brotherhood and all my superior officers.
He's recruited into the IRB by Sean McDermott. One of McDermott's many functions is as a talent spotter, and he talent spots Kent and swears him into the IRB because he recognised that in this person were certain qualities that could be very, very useful to the IRB.
And that I will preserve inviolable the secrets of the organisation.
Fáilte.
Gramad John. Sínta an láin seo.
Éamonn Ceannt always said that his heart lay in the west of Ireland, where he was born. He often organised trips for members of the Gaelic League to the Aran Islands and to the Gaeltacht area of Spiddal. It was on one of these trips that he met the woman he would marry, Anya Brennan.
Anya joined the Gaelic League, and it was an excursion to Galway that they actually met. And she said that it was his beautiful whistling that attracted her. And she walked down to see who was doing all this. He was musical in every way, in every sense. And she saw him, and she said that it was the way he looked at her that she immediately fell in love with him. It's actually a profound love story in a sense, Éamonn Ceannt's, because you can see in her writings that she totally loved this man, and she became treasurer of the local branch. He was secretary of the local branch, so they obviously had maybe that was a design by both of them. They could spend more time together. He proposed to her in 1903, and they were married in June 1905. And their one and only child was born a year later, Ronan.
Cuireadh sé an trúna háart chadáchas ó an céalaí, agus doch na seanaíne agus na daoine óga cruinéir. Beideach ammantaí uireach leig, ammantaí uirgeile. Agus cas a choilí seol dá íomneocht. Agus in san náam céanna, de ceann séirseocht a bris amach. Fear ó dhéile bhí néman ceann.
Leis céile chuoí núisle bhil an cúpla focail rá, muna bhiste libh. Tá sasnach tar éis furam cá go chorchogam. Thug mé an tálas in glan Gaeilge dó agus chur an bodach sasnach an furam arás chogam. Níor thuig sé scríbhin. Bhfuil ba sé fada go leor a fannacht go gur mise béirle ar scríbhin sin. Má tá drogal ar chuoine mór an Gaeilge seasa amach an aon rialtais. Chatha gach mac mátharain an obair a chur rá ar mealach héin. The rare ar dóram is ar dul hain. Agus, mar a deir si de merle, if peaceful methods fail, then let there be war.
Throughout the first day of the rising, the British forces attempted to gain entrance to the South Dublin Union, and by mid-afternoon there were heavy losses on both sides. Eventually, the rebels' defences at the Rialto Gate were breached, and Kant ordered his forces to withdraw to the nurses' home, which was now heavily fortified.
Most of the fighting in the South Dublin Union eventually is reduced to the nurses' home. And you literally had people passing one side of a wall and on the other side. It's not actually literally hand-to-hand fighting in that sense, but it's up close and personal.
Hogley, can I have your attention, please? I have here a dispatch from the President of the Provisional Government of the Irish Republic. The rebellion is going well in Dublin, and the whole centre of the city is in the hands of the Republic, whose flag flies from the GPO. British ships are being attacked in the Irish Sea, and our German allies are expected to land at any moment. Reports show that the country is rising, and bodies of men from Kildare and Fingal have already reported in Dublin. We have lived to see an Irish Republic proclaimed. May we live to establish it firmly, and may our children enjoy the happiness and prosperity which freedom will bring. Signed on behalf of the Provisional Government, P.H. Pearce. Góma deir ar chlúna, agus táirmid buíochas chun tíorna don cháir. Anam nair, agus an vic, agus an spurid neve. Amen. Or nahar a táir neamh, go néfar danam, go dagad a riocht, go nientr de holler and talamar and nientr neamh.
Kent is more naturally a military man than someone like MacDonagh. He's fierce, he's tenacious, he's a man who will involve himself absolutely in the action when the bullets start flying, and he's there at the front. And his performance during Easter week in the South Dublin Union, apart from Connolly, I think, at the GPO, is the most impressive of all the Dublin commandants. He puts his neck on the line, he leads from the front, the men admire him, and he does something else which none of the other Dublin commandants did during Easter week. He actually killed a man. He killed a British soldier in a fierce firefight in the nurses' home of the South Dublin Union. Not something that caused him much upset. After the surrender, one of the volunteers who was with him at the South Dublin Union, they're talking about it, and he comments, you could see the obvious satisfaction in his face as he related the story of how he had killed the man.
In early 1913, with the prospect of Home Rule looking more certain, the Ulster Volunteer Force was formed by Ulster Unionists determined to keep Ireland within the United Kingdom. In response, it was decided that a nationalist volunteer force be formed, and a meeting was held in Dublin in Wynn's Hotel to discuss the issue.
On the 10th of November 1913, Eamon Kent got a letter from the O'Reilly inviting him to a meeting in Wynn's Hotel, and it was at that meeting it was decided that the volunteer movement would be founded. It took another couple of weeks for them to actually organise the whole I think the 25th of November, and they held a huge rally at the Rotunda Rink. 4,000 was the capacity, 7,000 turned up, and 3,000 joined immediately. Within 12 months, there was some 180,000 members.
Stoop your back to the burden. Keep your eye clear and your nerves steady. Be skilled in the arts of war, and there will be no war. Live plainly so that you may be strong and hardy. Be not given to vain boasting. Do not tarry long in taverns, nor take counsel with those who would betray you. Keep your own counsel. Be simple, be efficient, be noble, and the world of Ireland is yours.
Óglaigh na hÉireann, you have signed up to defend our homeland. This is our land, and it is worth fighting for. Tá sé de dhulgasar in the husband, go bhfuil drown beag gael an fós nach bhfuil ceannatha ag ór seán bhuí. Tá sé de cheart ag gach gael atá na gael ar an mahógáil, agus é héna olbhú go lá an chaha.
It wasn't just the Gaels who were readying themselves for war. The Great War broke out in Europe in August 1914, and the IRB resolved to stage a rising before it was over. A military council was formed, and Eamon Kent was appointed to it, along with Patrick Pearse and Joseph Plunkett. These three had been handpicked by Tom Clark and Sean McDiarmid, who had been steering the drive towards insurrection for years.
Well, Eamon Kent, once he joined the military council and he became, we'll say, one of the architects of the rebellion, the meetings that they were holding were becoming more technical in the sense of when the rebellion was going to happen. Not if a rebellion was going to happen, when it was going to happen. And Anya records that in January 1916, the IRB started to hold their military council, the military council meetings in their home in Two Dolphins Barn. Kent, while he was a committed father and a loving husband, you can see that in his letters to her, and indeed in her recordings of him, and a totally committed dad. But he felt that for the future generations of Ireland, for his own children and for his grandchildren's sake, that something had to be done, that they had to control their own destiny in a sense. And he felt that this was the only way forward. He had seen Home Rule over the years, that the promise of it being pushed out and pushed out. He saw what was termed the Curragh Mutiny, that the officers said they would not enforce Home Rule in Ulster. He saw the Ulster Unionists under Carson sign against Home Rule, some of them in their own blood. So he knew that this was not going to happen. There was only one thing that's going to bring this to the table. This is what he felt, that the only thing that was going to bring this, to put an Irish independent movement on the table, was actually a rebellion.
It's just there for yourself and Ronan's protection.
But what if Ronan finds it?
He won't find it. They're really starting to crack down on us. If we don't protect ourselves, who will?
Tá sé harafed dachar domsa mar ar clinne an méid sin a hiiscint. Conas sa béidir le fér le dúlga sí clinne le páistí óga an chuntóir sin a ghlacha. Is minic a dúirt John McGahern Lumsa an scríóir go raibhar ar aon déanamh le lucht Islam a láthair na huaire a cheapan go bhfuil áits ránathe acu sna flaithis agus gur féidir casa ón tíl seo go dtí an síl eile. Mar tá ceist céanna le chur is dócha láthair na huaire faoi roinntá daoine atá sásta Ibert an tais sanna dhéanamh a ggóthíochs eile. Agus béidir go raibh nós na díochta agus na seanna creadúintí níos láidre na bhír sin ná mar atá in éarnig na linne seo.
They're just.
Throughout Easter week, British reinforcements arrived in Dublin and the authorities set about crushing the rebel strongholds. On Thursday, British troops launched a major attack on the South Dublin Union, and Cant's headquarters in the nurses' home came under heavy fire.
There is no question of surrender. We fight to the last man. Why did you not hold your position? Who told you to retreat?
The order came in through Mullen. Captain Mullen received his order directly from Commandant Brewer.
Where's Brewer?
He's holding the barricade. I think he's been hit.
Carol Brewer is almost a replica of Kent and vice versa. I think one person described Carol Brewer as a hard hater of England, and so was Kent. And Carol Brewer is in the thick of it. He's caught up in a firefight, and I think it's about 25 wounds to him, at least I think 9 of which were serious.
There was a huge barricade about 8 foot erected, and one of them lobbed a Mills bomb over it and wounded Carl Brewer. He was wounded at that stage. But Brewer dragged himself away from the barricade and he started to sing God Save Ireland.
Save Ireland, said they all, when they're on the scaffold high, or the battlefield we die.
And between every verse, he'd fired a few shots at the barricade. And this kind of inspired Kant immediately, who went to his aid, and he said, we're taking the barricade back and we're forcing these people back. And that's what they did. It was a renewed attack on behalf of the rebels, and they actually forced their way back down the corridor. They just kept firing until the British pulled back.
The Sachnamocht na rudí bawó san éiríach Éire leob. Bhí siad an an ar na Breataine a chuineal amachas agus dan siad a shelf nonad sin go dtí deire an éiríach.
Dublin's ablaze, sir. The whole city's on fire.
They mean to end us. Even if it means burning the whole country.
When boyhood's fire was in my blood, I read of ancient free men. For Greece and Rome they stood 300 men and 3 men. And then I prayed I yet might see our fetters rent in twain, and Ireland long a province be, a nation once again, a nation once again, a nation once again, and Ireland long a province be, a nation once again.
Commandant.
On Sunday morning, about 11 o'clock, Tom McDonough and Father Aloysius, OFM Cap, came up the street with a white flag over them. They walked up the James's Street. We saw them, and of course there was immediately some. We were excited. They came up and admitted, and they went privately at a talk with Kent.
Commandant Kent.
Father, what do you have to report?
I have correspondence from Connolly and Pearce. They wish us to consider our position.
And you've agreed to this?
Amen. Tá cahar scriste. I've been through. From Boland's Mills, Sackville Street is down.
That may be so. But I've men in there that are willing to die for their country. I'll take a vote on it. And if they want to continue the fight, I'm willing to lead them.
Nuair fuair Kent an tardú go a chearcó géile. Is dóigh gur a drogla ar é dhéanamh mar san áit ar a sesin níor a búlsa na rebelliúna.
Mowgli, I have here a dispatch from headquarters. In order to prevent the further slaughter of Dublin citizens, and in the hope of saving the lives of our followers now surrounded and hopelessly outnumbered, the members of the provisional government present at headquarters have agreed to an unconditional surrender. And the commandants of the various districts in the city and country will order their commands to lay down arms. It's signed by Patrick Pearse, President of the Provisional Government of the Irish Republic, and Mr. James Connolly, Commandant of the Dublin Brigade.
This is the dilemma which all the commandants had when they received the surrender order. Not just the commandants, but the rank and file. What did you do? Everything in Kent's being revolted against surrender. For him, surrender was death, really. And many of the rank and file were absolutely shattered by it. You had men throwing rifles on the ground. You had grown men sitting in tears. Kent is torn, therefore, between his natural instinct never to give in, but also the fact that he's receiving orders from his commanding officer.
When I hear that old Tom Clark, who spent 15 years in British prisons for the love of his country, when I hear that he has consented to this surrender, I know that there is no shame in the men of the 4th Battalion following his lead.
Without that unity, they'd never have got the Rising going. They went into the Rising united, and he felt that they had to come out of the Rising united. Disunity would have destroyed the credibility of the rising. And I think probably at that stage he's thinking towards the future and posterity. What will posterity think of our behaved on this day? So he goes along with the surrender, but he didn't like it.
So then it's decided. We surrender unconditionally. No man should attempt to escape or desert their post. Collect your weapons and eat what rations you have left. We will meet for assembly at the main gate in half an hour. And men, can I just say how proud I am to have led such brave soldiers.
When the surrender comes, Kent remains the man that he had always been. And from his point of view, there was no false chivalry at the end. When the British officer came up to him to take the surrender, the British Army officer surprisingly extends his hand, and Kent refuses to shake it. And when the British Army officer says, "Where's the rest of your men? It's only 44 here," Kent says, "This is all I had. But we gave a very good account of ourselves during this week, and we held up your army for a week."
Kent and his men were marched to Richmond Barracks, where Kent was identified by DMP detectives as one of the leaders of the rebellion. He was court-martialed and sentenced to death. On the 7th of May, he was transferred to Kilmainham Jail, where he was to be executed at dawn the following day.
I brísún chilhhainán, an 7 lád a bhealtaine, 1960. Dom Joaquín Vocht Rónán. Ó na ahra táirtí bást a Áile Mairich, son na Héireann. Tór Arrowa hod a Wáthrín. Go gcuidir an bhortaí, agus go dtuga sé saol fada faoi hó agus faoi waise riomh réan. Go saoire dia éire. Áine, mo bhean. Cuine é seo a gcuimhne ar mo áine a bhílach rá. Aber le Rónán go bhfuil mo fáil bháis son na Héireann. Nor I thuchas cíl agus tuiscint aige, tuigi sé an méid sin. My dearest Áine, my poor little sweetheart of how many years ago. Ever my comforter. God comfort you now. What can I say? I die a noble death for Ireland's freedom. Bíoch mishnachad a storín mochrí. Tóg de chean agus bíoch faide ad go bheic mi de chéile a ríis, I bhlachis dé. Tusa mise, agus Rónán beag bocht. Adieu. Amen.
When boyhood's fire was in my blood, I read of ancient freedmen, for Greece and Rome, who bravely stood. 300 men and 3 men.
Looking back at 1916 and the leaders of 1916, and Eamon Cant in particular, which I can speak of, I feel a great sorrow for them. I feel they were totally committed to the ideals of an Irish Republic, of an independent Ireland, of an honest Ireland, an Ireland that would make proud among the nations of the earth. That was their legacy. That's what they wanted to achieve. And in a sense they did to a certain extent. But this year, in the 1916 commemoration at Eyre Square in Galway, a lady stood on the footpath beside me, watching the whole thing being prepared, and she said to me, she just turned and she said, you know, they died for nothing, she said. She was very upset at what's happened in the country today, and this is what she was coming from, like most people are in Ireland today. And immediately she said it a second time, they died for nothing. That's the way as I see it. And for that moment I agreed with her. They actually did die for nothing because their ideals seemed to be totally ignored. And then the piper started to play the pipes. And immediately I could feel the hair standing on the back of my neck. I thought of Eamon Cant immediately. He was such a wonderful, fantastic piper and such a wonderful, fantastic Irishman. And I just turned to her and I said, look, I said, I agree that you might feel that they died for nothing given what's happened in the country. But now more than ever, I said, we have to acknowledge those men and the sacrifice they made all those years ago in the Stonebreakers era in 1916. Now more than ever, we're going to have to remember them with respect and dignity and take this country back and make it what they died for, and make people think about the good of the country, the good of the people, and not the good of the individual.
And then I prayed I yet might see our fetters rent in twain, and Ireland long a province be, a nation once again.
Ireland has shown she is a nation. In the years to come, Ireland will honour those who risked all for her honour at Easter 1916.
Squad, ready? Aim. Fire!
There has been so much tempest in my life that the quiet places in which my childhood was spent and the quiet voices that sounded there seem to me sometimes not to have belonged to my life at all, but to have been part of the life of another, of whom I have heard or read, or whom I have imagined. One whom I can observe with considerable detachment as the story of his days pieces itself together in my mind again, and his dreams come back to me. and continually my thoughts have gone back to the places that were first familiar to me. And my ear has heard the voices that it first heard. I was born in the city of Dublin on the 10th of November 1879. My father was an Englishman, a sculptor. On my mother's side, I can go back to a great-great-grandfather, Walter Brady of Nobber in the County Meath. He fought in '98. When my father and my mother married, there came together two very widely remote traditions, freedom loving both. And these two traditions worked in me and, prized together by a certain fire proper to myself, made me an Irish rebel. Or rather, made me the strange thing I am.
Irishmen and Irish women, in the name of God and of the dead generations from which she receives her old tradition of nationhood, Ireland, through us, summons her children to her flag and strikes for her freedom.
Patrick Pearse and his brother Willie were born at number 27 Great Brunswick Street, the street that bears their name today. It was here that their father, James Pearse, established a stonemasonry business in the 1850s, a business which flourished and provided the Pearses with a comfortable middle-class upbringing.
The home life of Patrick Pearse was one where he was surrounded by books. The father had very little formal education. He was a craftsman, he was a stonemason, but like the classic Victorian that you'll find in the writings of Thomas Hardy, who was himself a stone carver, he was a self-educated man. He was not a didact. A huge thirst and hunger for knowledge.
Rud a hathnig mórlum fé ahran firsig ná, gur chréid sé, níwan gur chréid sé sirse na hern, ach chréid sé cultúr na hern, agus besnas dói des na príomh farsna mandala tíisiam a firsig, spraige chun dul isteach scoil na mráithir nói, a ré an íre am lachlia, en a chur sé ólas na chéadúr theanga na Gaeilge.
Pearse was an intelligent and industrious student, but suffered from extreme shyness as a child. Growing up, he had a stammer and a squint in his eye, which contributed to his awkwardness. He would favour a side profile in photographs when he was older. On leaving school, he joined the Gaelic League and became immersed in the Irish cultural revival. Although he went on to study law and qualified as a barrister, it was in the language movement that his future lay.
Héisgó cáiliú mar abhcóide ní throite a gá chás agus na cásna sin daoine a chuireann slí orb mar go raibh an anam in Gaeilge goid cartsachaí, agus bhí sé an aon slí ag an am sin d'anam a bheith in Gaeilge. Bhí daoine a gan na Gaeilge a cheap go mo cheart neamhhíime dhéanana chun slí sin, ach bhí an Pearsacha bhábhar ionsaí a chuir ar an slí sin trí chásnaí a thiors chun cín, ach an dáúr hepper ar na cásnaí a throid sé. Níl saman ar sé sin tada faoin na chumas mar díadór beidir go raibh na brethúna cléanta in aghaidh agus ba chuma céir a dhéanfaí. Ach ba chuid é sin chun neachtas a bhí aige ag iarra cearta teanga na bhaint amach.
We advise all Gaels to simply ignore the British law that makes it penal for them to use their own language to the exclusion of English. If they are summoned and fined, let them refuse to pay. If they are sent to prison, let them go to prison. The question can be brought to a head, no other way.
Pearse wasn't what I would call an extremist. He wasn't a Republican in these early days. The most prominent people, Dr. Hyde, John McNeill, George Moon and Agnes O'Farley, and these who were most active on the Cushtignoha, they would be all supporters of John Redmond and the Parliamentary Party.
In 1903, Pearse was elected to the Executive Committee of the Gaelic League and became editor of the organisation's paper, and Clive Sullish, a position previously held by one of the founders of the Gaelic League, Owen McNeill.
Tá na hagarachal is scrí sé mar agarthóir an Clive Sullish léit agam agus cursaí cultúrtha is mó atá faoi cabada le ge agus conspóidí litirtha faoi Airclan na Manistrach agus le héad. An príomh chospóir a bhí aige in sna léhantaí sin ná scríbhneoireacht na Gaeilge a chur chun tosaigh, seachas éon rud politiúil. Is dócha go raibh sé géirí afheocha na Gaeilge chur Griach agus scríbhneoireacht haamplach a chur ar fáil. Aistí a scrí, gearscéalt a scrí ar nós Ísagáin. Agus ar nói d'éirigh leis gearscéal nua aimsirthe Orbert sa Gaeilge. Mar dúirt Martin O'Kane cleach sé an oscailt phléascach, bhí sé faoi anáil mópasán agus mór gearscéalathe na hórpa. Agus ar bhealach dócha gur ceap sé go bhféadfadh sé na cosbóirí sin a chur chun tosaigh gan ghlacha le políochta.
Is beag baint a bhí ag bírsach le chórsaí míleta I ré seachtain na Cásca, mar níor mór an óla sé chórsaí míleta. Tá scéal an go raibh sé na heasa I lár ar de bhí go fosta agus go raibh sé sa mealach ar ghaoin eile agus go raibh Tom Clark ba chear chuinnig cin eile peann agus pápéir a hálgan bheith sin agus ligan go bheith scríomh. Agus ar bhealach siad na forógraí a scríomh sé an teachtain sin an rud is suntasaí chá chuid éibre béidir.
The Republican forces hold the lines, taken up at 12 noon on Easter morning. And nowhere, despite fierce and almost continuous attacks of the British troops, have the lines been broken through. Yeah. The country is rising in answer to Dublin's call. And the final achievement of Ireland's freedom is now, with the gods' help, only a matter of days. The valor, self-sacrifice, and discipline of Irish men and women are about to win for our country a glorious place among the nations.
Bhealach bus glóirí scríbhneoirí fili na daoine sin agus ní honan son sa rá gur fir bhílata iad. Dinú comórú orthú in neall ar an éirí amach ach bhealach níl sé sin ceart mar go príomh tá tábhacht leis an bírsach mar theoiric or liberálach I gcúrsaí iadachas a chur an bhéim a gcónaí ar an báiste féin seachas ar an gcóras ar an ábhar féin agus ní ar thurthaí scrúdathe. Tá métha scrí stair an iadachas san tír seo de bhíoh anna-hábhacht leis an bírsach. Beidir gur aontas sé le Tomás Dá Bhís a dúirt educate and you may be free. Mar ar bhealach tá macála an ráite sin le clos ón bírsach. Éire ní amháin Gaelach ach séir, ní amháin séir ach Gaelach. Hic sé cócht an iadachas.
He understood very clearly governmental theory and colonial theory, and he could see what the British were doing, trying to denature Irish culture. The Japanese studied the British model before they invaded Korea, and they had 4 professors who spent a lot of time in the British Museum studying how it was done, extirpation of local culture, inculcation of feelings of inferiority, break up the traditional land system, and above all, language. And Pearse recognised that, and he saw education as the method of, freeing the country, and that was what his initial impulse was, and teaching the Irish language.
Suppose education is about fostering. Their education was about repression. Education should be about inspiring young minds. Theirs was about taming it. The modern education system as it stands, it's just turning our boys into things.
Pearse opened St Enda's, Ireland's first bilingual school, in Ranelagh in September 1908. Amongst those who taught there were his brother Willie and a young colleague of Pearse's from the Gaelic League, Tomás McDonagh.
Tuisgur scríbnóir an McDonagh, a such go raibh an character céanige a réitoch le character Firsig, sé sin cuasa lína, agus mar sin sort na hánta sin na principal agus na haimena céana. Dar iad hardbheith cardúla céile, agus le féringe bugine sort ciúin cúchlach go pásanta an Pirsach, ach ba é McDonagh an taintin mar derfa go raibh sé cardú leis, agus a bhí mar sort gná chara socialte.
Pearse was frightfully shy. He was also very reserved. But on this occasion, anyhow, we went out to see McDonagh in St Enda's, which was at this time in Rathfarnham. And we were all standing in the library talking. When McDonagh suddenly got me by the arm and said, come outside, John, I want to talk to you about something. So I went out, leaving my sister in the room with Pearse. And will you see Pearse? Will you see Pearse? He won't stay in the room for a minute with her. And the next thing, the door opened, and Pearse shot down the passage with his head down, like as if he was pursued by devils. It was so funny.
In 1910, Pearse transferred St Enda's to a new premises, the Hermitage in Rathfarnham, a beautiful 18th century house steeped in Irish history.
I live in a place that is very full of heroic memories. In the room in which I work at St Enda's College, Robert Emmet is said often to have sat. Through our wood runs a path which is called Emmet's Walk. They say that he and Sarah Kern walked there.
Chúid sunachar Emmet a bhaim a Birsa Gomór, mar níomháin go raibh Macaulay Emmet le feiceáil san áit, ach thosa Saol Emmet agus Gníomhra Emmet a taobh seo an Fiorsaí de tarrá, agus thosa sé héin a ghul sa tró a chua Emmet de tarrá. Seachas a bheith plé le cuasaí cultúr agus a tuairt scóil le cuasaí políochta. Hic sé go gaithh sé forbert mar rodaí, go gaithh sé troid a chuir suas go gaithfí rialtas na Breataine in éireann a leagan agus feicimid tro níos politúla séhar an Fiorsaí ón am sin amach.
No failure, judged as the world judges these things, was ever more complete, more pathetic than Emmet's. And yet he has left us a prouder memory than the memory of Brian victorious at Clontarf or of Owen Roe victorious at Benburb. It is the memory of a sacrifice, Christ-like in its perfection. In Emmet, the spirit of Irish patriotism called to a dreamer, and he awoke a man of action. It called to a student and a recluse, and he stood forth a leader of men. It called to one who loved the ways of peace, and he became a revolutionary.
In April 1903, Patrick Pearse travelled to the village of Rosmuck, deep in the Connemara Gaeltacht. He fell in love with the area and its people, and travelled there every summer. By 1910, he had built himself a summer home there, overlooking Loch Arulach.
Tá tú rógarcha an it féin a fésig. Ní dhéanann tú cadrah le gael, séanann tú a gá lúdar. Nor a hagas tú in a measc, tagan mar a bheoch níl dubh I duchar agus líon orthú. An ta a bhí canta go raibh heachtait, bíonn sé ina host, an ta a bhí geallgóric, tagan grúm An í an níl hasanna gunnet is cynta le sin, neadar. Is dói lum go bhfuil gá fér sa cán, fear grúma dinanta, agus fear geall sinanta. Ní ectar an fear geall sinanta, ach go hanamh. Agus is an cuid is granara den scéal, nach óldum cé a cún fear dorcha, nó an fear geall an péir sa ceart.
Is réir a chéile síle me hosa péirsa chuir spéise gursaí polítíochta. Béidir go bhain se leis a tréimhse, na tréimhse sin ribh go go mór, bhí an folítíocht I gairí níos géire agus bhag sé dachar ag daine gun arda a thuirsair. Ach leag sé héon páirt I bheachtas an 19 thugrí heas na cuairtar bhlá clia agus agriomh feachtas an aigh na cuairta seo. Bhí péirs páirteach sa bheachtas sin bhí daine eile ar nós Éamonn Kent agus Sean McDiarmid agus Thomas MacDonagh. Bhí siad siúd páirteach sa bheachtas sin chumá mar sin thosa sé coráithne ar poblachtóirí. Thosa sé héine I tuairt óráidí ag cruinne poblachtacha agus de réir chéile tugad isteach I measc poblachtóirí agus baeall go raibh sé suntasach go leor sa drám sin.
Sean. Tom, this is Patrick Pearse. Patrick, Tom Clark.
Patrick.
How do you do, Tom?
How are you?
We'd like to talk to you about the Emmett commemoration that's coming up. Both myself and Tom agree that it's a very important opportunity.
Very special day.
We have one issue, though. We need somebody to make a speech that day.
It's really McDermott who introduces Pearse to Clark, brings him along. Clark and McDermott were looking for a speaker. I hesitate to use the word frontman, but really, to a large extent, that is what he is. Pearse is acting according to the script that Clark and McDermott have devised.
Can I ask you something? If Robert Emmett was heading out there tomorrow, would you follow him?
Is there a man here among us who wouldn't?
Nice to meet you, Patrick.
Although Clark and McDiarmid saw the potential in Pearse, there were others in the IRB who felt he was too moderate. As late as 1912, Pearse was sharing Home Rule platforms with members of the Irish Parliamentary Party. But even though Pearse was still in favour of Home Rule, a threat of violence had now entered his speeches.
Ní saoirse an racht seo, ach beidir le dia gur bheith tús na saoirse é. Ach má cliste ar an dendal seo, tá dráman éireann agus táimséar a gcuine riamh. A bhulas do ghaol gan dul I gcomhairle nó I gadrabh le gal go deo ríis. Ach iad a ragart festa le lámh láidir agus le fuair claimh. Tuige gal, má fioltar ar an ríis. Go meg in a hugga crarig fud na héireann.
The desire to move well beyond Home Rule is something that evolves. For some people within the Fenian movement, within the Irish Republican Brotherhood, they're quite explicit about that from the first decade of the 20th century, that Home Rule is in no sense an adequate solution to the problem of Irish nationalism and of defining what the future of Ireland is going to be politically, socially as well. They do not see that as being in any way adequate, and they are quite explicit about that from an early stage. For others who do eventually become involved in the Irish Republican Brotherhood, they are not as explicit or clear-cut or definite about that in the first decade of the 20th century. It evolves, and that's true for people like Patrick Pearse as well, that their political evolution is somewhat more complicated and is somewhat slower. In Pearse's case, there was also another element that was coming through. His growing disillusionment with the capacity of an entirely cultural project to deliver a culturally fulfilled Ireland, shall we say, an Irish-speaking Ireland. And I think that was partly to do with the failure of the practical project to make his school work. By 1912, Pearse, through his school, was virtually a bankrupt. The strain of keeping the school going was enormous. And I think he increasingly attributed that to the hostility of in a sense, the political environment, the educational political environment in which he was operating. He got no support through any state structures and no grant aiding of any particular form for his school. And in a sense, maybe he came to the kind of conclusion that, like, was it Mao that said, you've got to change in a revolution. You know, you don't change the fish, you've got to change the water in which the fish swims. So perhaps Pearse was being pulled in this direction, of having to realizing that the school, being his fish, needed to swim in different water. And this then gave him the political impulse that we had to change everything about the way Irish life was constructed, including the political framework within which it worked.
Pearse joined the Irish Volunteers at their foundation in November 1913, and he played a central role in the organisation from the beginning. A month later, he was sworn into the IRB by Bulmer Hobson, and it was Hobson who organised a 3-month lecture tour for Pearse in the United States in order to raise funds for St. Enda's. In early 1914, Pearse left his brother Willie in charge of the school and he travelled to America. In the US, his speeches became increasingly militant.
I think Pearse was hugely influenced by the outbreak of the First World War as well, particularly the idea of the spilling of blood for a greater end, and the emergence just before that of the Ulster Volunteer Force as well. He seems to become quite intoxicated by the notion of Irish people being armed and being dedicated to a particular cause or dedicated to a particular end and being prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice towards that end. That does influence Pearse in a very profound way. Pearse was somebody who had a very intense focus on this notion of sacrifice or this notion of idealism. He tended to deal in superlatives a lot of the time. And that theme of blood sacrifice is significant. It's very important for Patrick Pearse in particular.
The young men of this nation stand organized and disciplined and are rapidly taking up arms. Blood has flowed through Dublin streets, and the cause of the volunteers has been consecrated by a Holocaust. The war in Europe has brought about a crisis which may contain, as yet hidden within it, the moment that generations have been waiting for. It remains to be seen whether, if this moment is revealed to us, we shall have the sight to see or courage to do, or whether it will be written of this generation, alone of all the generations of Ireland, that there were none among it who dared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Remember, England's difficulty is Ireland's opportunity.
The Great War was the opportunity that the IRB had been waiting for, and it was decided to stage a rising before the end of the war. A military council was formed, and Pearse was appointed to it. With plans for a rising underway, the IRB were looking to stage an event that would rally public support to their cause. And when the old Fenian Jeremiah O'Donovan Rossa died, it was decided to mark the occasion with a major display of nationalist strength.
Iarab Bersach and óráid a thuirt cos na hóí, Tom Clark is íar dhéana agus dúirt sé dhéana chotsasi agus a béidir. Agus thug sé chaint an sin agus óna cunta sé tá daoine bhí láthair chuir sé bhaim go mór orb agus is dóigh gur chuide sé le intin na nína olbhó le haid troda agus bhí an óráid sin an táhachtach le daoine a dhríosa agus a thuirt le chéile agus an tochrid ar fad ba rud mór é ar a meanach go dtí an éirí meach charíre.
Pacified Ireland. They think they have purchased us. They
they have purchased half of us. They think they have pacified Ireland. They think that they have purchased half of us. They think they have pacified Ireland. They think that they have purchased half of us and intimidated the other half. That they have purchased half of us and intimidated the other half. They think that they have purchased half of us and intimidated the other half. They think they have purchased half of us and intimidated the other half. They think they have foreseen everything, that they have provided against everything. But the fools, the fools, the fools. They have left us our Fenian dead. And while Ireland holds these graves, Ireland unfree shall never be at peace.
They think they have pacified Ireland. They think they have purchased half of us and intimidated the other half. They think they have foreseen everything, that they have provided against everything. But the fools, the fools, the fools, they have left us our Fenian dead. And while Ireland holds these graves, Ireland unfree shall never be at peace.
One man can free a people. As one man redeemed the world. I will take no pike. I will go into battle with bare hands. I will stand up before the goal as Christ hung naked before men on a tree. And I say to my people's masters, beware. Beware of the thing that is to come. Beware of the risen people who shall take what ye would not give.
This building has been commandeered in the name of the Irish Republic. We're seizing this building in the name of the Irish Republic. Everybody
On Easter Monday 1916, rebel forces occupied various points throughout Dublin City. Pearse was at the head of the Republican forces that marched from Liberty Hall to the GPO. At about 1:45, in his role as President of the Provisional Government of the Irish Republic, Pearse stood in front of the GPO and he read aloud the proclamation of the Irish Republic.
Irishmen and Irish women, in the name of God and of the dead generations from which she receives her old tradition of nationhood, Ireland, through us, summons her children to her flag and strikes for her freedom. Shame on you.
In retrospect, it probably seems more dramatic than it actually was. I think if you look at the proclamation, it reads very well. And it's a document, I think, which is very generous in spirit. And I think it stood the test of time. But of course, in the middle of effectively what was the start of a of a war. You've crowds milling around, you people confused, what on earth is going on here? So I don't think Pearse had the kind of audience at which he was his best. So the impact, I think the impact was something of an anticlimax.
In this supreme hour, the Irish nation must, by its valor, discipline, and by the readiness of its children to sacrifice themselves for the common good, prove itself worthy of the august destiny to which it is called. Don't fight in France, will you? Signed on behalf of the Irish Provisional Government.
Thanks be to God, Pearse. You've lived to see this day.
Pearse, I can die a happy man. I've lived to see the greatest day in Irish history. On the wall.
We've got to be very careful when we talk about public opinion or public mind. It's actually quite difficult to discern how exactly the public reacted in 1916. If you consider that after the second day of the Rising, journalists, for example, were not allowed to go into the firing line, what we do have instead are testimonies from people who were there at the time that do give or do reflect this notion of hostility. Robert Holland, for example, who was in Marrowbone Lane, talked about the reaction when they were being led from Marrowbone Lane to Richmond Barracks, that there was this act of public hostility, that the British soldiers actually had to protect the Irish rebels from the barracking public. Shoot those Sinn Féin bastards, is what some of them were saying. They didn't know who these individuals were or what they were trying to do, but they did know that it caused not only huge inconvenience, it also caused serious civilian casualties. And if you look at the breakdown of those who were killed during the Easter Rising, you can see that 62 rebels were killed, 132 British soldiers were killed, but 256 civilians were killed. So it's quite clear who bore the brunt of the suffering and of the death in Easter week 1916. It was the civilians. So it's hardly any surprise that there would have been that degree of hostility at that time.
A number of the dead were lying around, civilians, soldiers and volunteers. One of the civilian casualties was squatting against a wall with a white bundle. His head was split open like a pomegranate. A volunteer was lying at the corner of Moore Lane, a dead Tommy beside him. I'll never forget that little volunteer. They played a machine gun on him. Pieces of wool, his undergarments protruded through his uniform, making a scarecrow character of a man.
Is Dakar boy on phobal a vas, agus ní féidir é a dhéanamh inis, có fada son in a dhé. Agus léir ón na tuairiscí a tugu nuachtáin bhlá clia mar hampla, go raibh roinnt wacht na daoine, iontoch mí hásta leis an éirí amach, a gearán agus a clausan faoi, agus fiú inán na réabhlóidethe féin a Waterloo, ag deireadh na seachtaine. Ag an amcéanna má scrúdaíonn tú tráchta sí a scrí irisí ón Astráil agus ón na Stáit Aontaithe féin. Is léir gur hacaigh go leor daoine, cosfuintear na carfach ach go háirithe, leis an éirí amach, gur thugad ar bula bos fiú don na cimithe agus iad a gimacht. So is léir ón na tuairiscirí gur raibh an tír féin scailte I ngá leath.
All citizens of Dublin who believe in the right of their country to be free will give their allegiance and their loyal help to the Irish Republic. We have lived to see an Irish Republic proclaimed. May we live to establish it firmly, and may our children and our children's children enjoy the happiness and prosperity which freedom will bring!
He obviously was an inspirational figure, and just having them there would have given them great confidence. But You can see a veiled criticism in, say, in Michael Collins's letter where he writes, he talked about them afterwards as being some of the finest people God ever put on earth, and it was a privilege to know them. But he wondered whether the middle of a revolution, shot and shell, was that the best time to be issuing poetic, flowing communiques about how we're marching on this one and that one, and our gallant allies are coming to our aid. I mean, this was all a theatre of the mind, keeping the troops' morale up. They were cut off, and every day brought thousands more troops to the noose was tightening all the time on them. And they were being shelled, and the flyers were gaining on them.
No, we can't leave now. We can't leave now. One more hour, and then we'll organise other parties to leave. What's the plan?
Well, our best bet is to go to the forecourts. If we get as far as Bow Street, then we'll be fine.
Right, we start evacuations in an hour. We're staying for 1 more hour. One final stand. I desire now, lest I may not have the opportunity later, to pay homage to the gallantry of the soldiers of Irish freedom who have, during the past 4 days, been writing with fire and steel the most glorious chapter in the later history of Ireland. Justice can never be done to your heroism, to your discipline, to your unconquerable spirit. In the midst of peril and death, for 4 days, you have fought and toiled, almost without cessation, almost without sleep, and in the intervals of fighting, you have sung songs of freedom of Ireland. No man has complained. No man has asked why. Each individual has spent himself, happy to pour out his strength for Ireland and for freedom. If we do not win this fight, we will at least have deserved to win it, but win it we will. Although we may win in death, already we have won a great thing. We have redeemed Dublin from many shames. I am satisfied that we have saved Ireland's honor!
On Friday, the rebels were forced to abandon the GPO. The leaders managed to make their way as far as a small shop on Moore Street, where the military council met for the last time.
Minute of Provisional Government Decision, 29th April, 1916, HQ Moore Street. Believing that the glorious stand which has been made by the soldiers of Irish freedom during the last 5 days in Dublin has been sufficient to gain recognition of Ireland's national claim at an international peace conference, and desirous of preventing further slaughter of the civil population and to save the lives of as many as possible of our followers, the members of the provisional government here present have agreed by a majority to open negotiations with the British commander. P.H. Pearse, Commandant General, Commanding-in-Chief, Army of the Irish Republic.
At 2:30 on Saturday afternoon, Patrick Pearse walked up Moore Street and surrendered to General Lowe at the corner of Parnell Street. On the 2nd of May, Pearse was tried by court-martial in Richmond Barracks and sentenced to death.
I think Pearse got the result he craved. This is what Pearse would have seen as happening long term, that these people would be seen as individuals who made the ultimate sacrifice, but in doing so created a momentum that couldn't be stopped. And if you do see the 1916 Rising, and it's legitimate to see it as, the foundation act of that era of great political upheaval in Ireland that ultimately leads to the creation of a new state, and in time leads to the creation of an Irish Republic, well then Pearse's view was very legitimate and very accurate in that sense.
This is the death I should have asked for if God had given me the choice of all deaths. To die a soldier's death for Ireland and for freedom. We have done right. People will say hard things of us now, but later on, they will praise us.
Nuair a dara túrim a phobal I leathan éirí amach. Bhí cúpla rud a gceist, nó an chuí ar cuir a daoine chun báis, chuir sé sin uafás ar dhaoine. Go háras nuair a chola siad faoi daoine chuir chun báis, a bhí tín nó bhí gortaí go donna agus mar sin de. A chanús ar sin, sílim gur a measag daoine ar an éirí amach. Gur an a daoine seo sásta, íireachta dhéanna, agus bhí measag daoine ar sin, agus thug sé le tuiscint go dhaoine go bhéad fhí seasa in impreacht na Breataine. Agus níos fuid an nóin, nóair a bhí níos mó daoine sásta sin na dhéanna, bhí imachtaí níd ag séad ag mar sprága acu.
The Rising had no democratic justification in that sense. But revolutionary conspiracies are like that. They can't wait for a ballot box. They can't openly put their views to the public and get approval. What can be said is that, in a sense, their goal, if not all of their actions, received democratic validation after the event. So in that sense, you could say that, this is dangerous, in that sense, they had gazed into what the Irish people really wanted. In that sense, they had understood what the Irish people longed for, which was to be free and independent, and they had made their stand for it. The danger was that subsequent movements would also say, we know better than the Irish people what they really want. Whether the men of 1916 would have agreed with subsequent movements that have engaged in that kind of behaviour, I think is very much open to doubt.
Are there any revolutions that deliver on their promises? That's the big question. Is the Irish situation unique in not delivering on the republic that some of these people envisaged, or some of the values of the republic that these people envisaged? What was delivered and what did happen was the achievement of political sovereignty. And that was a hugely important part of the legacy of 1916 and the legacy of that revolutionary period generally. When you look at some of the other promises When you look at some of the other aspects of the proclamation in terms of equality, in terms of a greater degree of social cohesion, you could say that that hasn't been delivered on. So I think in terms of contemporary Ireland, and again this is going to be discussed, I suspect, quite vigorously around the 100th anniversary of the Easter Rising and the commemoration of that, have we become the Republic of Pearse and Connolly? And there's going to be further debate about that. There's going to be those who will insist that we need to go back to the proclamation, that we still need to strive towards the ideals that are contained in the proclamation.
Bím siabon bwrt gach lo ag chuig a croig seg túr na nior ar squeal a wam an bocal bio sna riv tur túrish wai mag brown Shame lek mogil. 'Twas down by the glenside I met an old woman. She was picking young nettles, and she scarce saw me coming. I listened, minstrel boy, to the war is gone. In the ranks of death you will find him. His father's sword he had girded was on yonder hill. 'Tis there I'd sit and cry my fill, and every tear would turn a mill. Is good day to my poor needs long nation once again. A nation once again. And Ireland long a province be. On you will eg talk her solia. Oglig arm halle margorda. Gaelid hein is ni gal na spawning. Is courage